He don't know what I said to you. So, but I have to tell you that it may not apply. But I don't know. I don't know what you said. I know. I don't know.
All right, the Senate's back in session. Senator Smitherman, you're recognized.
Okay, Mr. President,
You're recognized.
thank you. If I can, you know, I didn't get a chance to do our moment in Black history. Can I do that right now?
Yeah, you got the mic, and you're welcome to talk about it.
Okay, thank you. Let me see what I got right here. Members, I'm going to share with you our moment in Black history, and it's called Everyday Things Created by Black Inventors. The folding chair, the gas mask, the traffic signal, the automatic elevator doors, the potato chips, and the Super Soaker children's water gun toy were all invented by Black inventors. Well, at Tuskegee. Okay. It said from the three light traffic signal, the refrigerated truck, the automatic elevator doors, the color monitors for desktop computers, to the shape of the modern ironing board, the clothes wringer, the blood banks, the laser treatment for cataracts, home security systems, and as I said earlier, the Super Soaker children's toy. Many objects and services Americans use every day were invented by Black men and women. These inventors were recognized for their inventions, but countless other inventors of color have gone largely unrecognized, and others are completely lost to history. There were some instances where Black inventors would compete with Alexander Graham Bell, with Thomas Edison, where their inventions were really just as good and just as transformative, but they just did not have access to the capital. Says Shortavik Johnson, an entrepreneur and associate vice president for entrepreneurship and innovation at Clemson University in South Carolina. They did not have access to all these different systems that the United States puts in place to support inventors. Thomas Edison is credited with inventing the light bulb, but it was Louis Latner, the son of formerly enslaved people, who patented a new filament that extended the lifespan of light bulbs so that they wouldn't die out after a few days. Latimer got a patent for his invention in 1882, something countless Black inventors in the generations before him were unable to do. Free Black citizens could obtain patents from the United States Patent and Trademark Office, but enslaved Black people could not. Slavery wasn't abolished until 1865 with the adoption of the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. Prior to that, the inventions of Black innovators were often claimed by their enslavers or other white people. Modern day research suggests that was the case with the technology behind the cotton gin, a device that separated cotton seeds from their fibers. It was largely invented by enslaved Black people, but a white man named Eli Whitney obtained the patent for the invention. We often count our country as being this place where innovation and entrepreneurship thrive, Johnson says. But when you completely excuse a group of people from access to the patent system, exploiting their inventions, then the natural result of that is you look at the most important inventors and innovators in the American history. And they pretty much are your stereotypical like male inventors, not because other people have not been innovative too. It's just these folks have been excluded from the patent system. Other barriers black inventors historically faced include less access to equal education, systematic exclusion from professional, scientific, and engineering societies, and limited access to wealthy investors and mainstream banks for startup capital to commercialize their inventions, and of course, racial violence. But the innovation gap persists. African Americans and women still participate at each stage of the innovation process at lower rates than their male and white counterparts. This is our moment today in Black history. Thank y'all very much. And if you need a copy of this one in particular, because there were so many people who invented so many different things, I'll provide it if anybody needs it. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. Do you want to be recognized now?
Yes, sir. Can
Okay. Yeah, now you're recognized.
all right, thank you. Okay. Can I get them to make one? Get them, can you ask them? They'll make us one. Thank you, Mr. President. The first, let me say this. I'm proud first to say that there continues to be some dialogue, regarding our issue here. And, that's the first step in the process, trying to get to a point, kind of like a graph. It's coming from this way, it's coming this way. We're just trying to find a point somewhere we can get to that point. Webster does define what we are doing. And I always will remember Webster's dictionary. And it says politics is the art of compromise. And compromise, I'll say it this way. True compromise doesn't necessarily, I'm trying to think of the right word, necessarily provides that you have to be at the same point of strength. You just have to be the same point of your minds, that you'll sit down and try to go to a point and get to that point. So I think that process is in action at the moment. I think it is, and as such, I will, continue to just share some thoughts, about what we're dealing with and about where we are at this point. I had me a few little thoughts that I had put down, and looking at when you ride an hour and 20 minutes by yourself, and I shouldn't be saying this at the mic. Well, I'm getting ready to say it, but I'm gonna say it. And you got your waves on in the car. You want to listen to waves, so you don't cut on nothing else. And it's so big a gaps before waves say anything that you have a chance to really just think, because you by yourself, no music on or no nothing. And so in coming here, I had the instinct feeling that we will probably be addressing what we're addressing right now. So different thoughts came to my mind about that. And so I've shared a few, but I have a few more that I may just kind of discuss and look at that shares about where we are and what's taking place. I had to think about, not today, but I had to think about an analysis of when I try to share with people what may happen if they're doing things. Because I as I said earlier, I used the little airplane as my analysis, because the airplane tells you that it brings out what the intent is, and it shows you what consequences are unintentional. The intent is to go down that runway and take off. Look out them front glass, you don't see nothing because they done cleared it off. Just this long runway in the sky. But on the side, you have people like this. And I'm talking about the airport now. I could make the same analogy here, but you have like the people who fuel up the plane. You know, when they drive out there on the train thing, they have the little cart. You got the people this is the name they call them. I call a baggage loader cutout person. Those are the people that go under the plane and get your luggage. Y'all ever seen them do that? That's their title, baggage loader cutout. And the reason I know quite well what they do, because once upon a time in my life, I worked for the Greyhound bus station, and I was a baggage loader cutout person. I take that luggage out from under there, we put it on them things and on those dollies, and we move it in, they check it in and separate it by the route that people were going. And those people are people that are on the side of the plane because they've been working on them. A lot of those people who take that luggage when you get on and the plane doesn't have any room inside, and they tell you to check it right before you get on the plane. You see that person open that little side door and get that luggage, and then they go out. Those are those loaders who also are baggage loader cutout people. So those people at the airport are on the side. If that plane start bagging out, taxing out, that's why they have that man, you know, with that, I forgot what you call it. Yeah, they're telling you you can go because man or lady, ain't just a man or lady, that because they're telling you those people are not, it's nobody there that's going to get hurt because of the incidental damage that the wings may cause because they're gone. Well, I thought about that coming down the road. So I said to myself, I said, this plane that they're flying, and I call this a plane, this bill. And I'm talking about myself when I said it. I said, you got to be the man with the stick to tell them that it's something in the way. It's something in the way of this plane that they take it and go harm people. And so you have to wait. It's two sticks too, by the way, one when it's not, and one is. Like, you got to wait that and tell them, wait a minute, hold on, don't take off yet. You know, we got some incidental damages that's going to happen. And I say this out of the hardest of my heart. I mean it. I don't think, when I said super majority, that meant like, you know, if you got 9 people, that's 6 out of them. I would say, and I'm not making it 6 and 9, I'm making a statement. And the super, yes, sir.
We got a special guest in the gallery we want to recognize. Thank you, Senator Smitherman, for allowing me to do this. We've got Dr. Lori Owens from Jacksonville State University that's the guest of Senator Jones. If you could please stand. Welcome to Alabama Senate.
Now,
back to you.
Okay. Before I tell you about my job right there, I just gotta say this. And I don't want to, you know, I'm not singling you out. Doc, I'm not singling you out now. But I'm going to say something about Jacksonville State, okay? Now, you see what we are talking about now? I'm talking about, you know, about opportunity and denying everything. What I'm ready to say is I also believe in giving people their flowers while they living. When I first got down here and the conversation was about, you know, diversity and opportunity for people to serve. And at that time, we didn't have hardly, if any, representation of African Americans on the board of trustees of none of these universities. And I want you to know publicly, I'll tell them that Jacksonville State voluntarily came to the plate. So we worked out something that we would have diversity, and they went one step further, and they created diversity in their coaching staff. And they hired, at that time, for one of their sports, I don't know if it was women's basketball or boys or men or whatever, but they hired one of their head coaches as an African American. They voluntarily set the trend because they recognized, I mean, they didn't have this conversation with me or nothing like this, what I'm telling you, but I need one. They recognized that there had to be some avenue for opportunity for them to be able to be a part of that family. And so I'm forever thankful for them because they did it on their own. That's what I'm trying to say. It wasn't nobody made them, nobody tied their hands, nobody did anything. And I was just, so when we introduced Doc up there, I just wanted to, that sparked me, Doc, that I had to share that with everybody here, that they were a shining example of what I'm saying, the chilling effect that this bill under the present form would create an atmosphere. Unintended, probably. That's what I'm trying to say. Unintended, probably. You know, I'm just. Let me say this. This is me talking now. It ain't me saying that's what the sponsor was saying. Anything. But if I was going to bet, it would be three things that I would bet that has some motivation, as we are, and one of them. Probably with them stack of them little letters that he got over there, right in that stack, you know, that he got over there that probably may have said some things of concern for other reasons. And I understand as a representative, he's a senator, I don't mean representative, but representative of the people, that you're going to look at what constituents said and be concerned. But it's like taking a sledgehammer to kill an ant. We want to take a sledgehammer here to kill the ant, which is the letter right there. So I hope they back there realizing that it don't take a sledgehammer to kill the ant. We can just get a little ant spray. And we can kill the ant still, you know, we ain't got to spray everybody else. And so so I'm hoping that they can figure that part out right there, you know. Now, I think I was talking about the cutout people. I was back at Lotus Cutout. I think I was on that. You know, sometimes we don't know what things may or may not do, but that's why we have dialogue and conversation. Now, I want to make a suggestion, just in general. I mean, it probably would help, and I'm not saying it didn't happen in some cases, but it probably would help if, let's say, the majority caucus decide they're going to do something. May not hurt to send a copy of a draft to us. No matter what happened, I mean, half of the stuff can be handled. At least you'll know. And then it'll be a lot easier, I think, to work through it. But, you know, like you heard me say, when the first impression is when it hits, well, that's putting it in, but when it hits, then, especially with this, I mean, hit Tuesday, Wednesday, and bam, here we are. You know what I'm saying? Here we are, you know. So I think that if we can do that, that'll help out too. You know, it'll help out too. So I hope in such a way that we won't, or it won't come to the point where we're telling all our schools that they've got to abandon their offices of I guess they call it, of diversity and inclusion, or, you know, I don't know the titles, but I think that's what they are. I would hope that it wouldn't get to the point that they have to do that. And I hope it wouldn't get to the point that the ones who are committed to the mission won't have to do like we do with absentee ballot voting. Okay? We ask folks to tell a field by checking one of them boxes. One of the boxes may not even apply. So what they got to do, they got to find the one that they think applies, come close to applying, and check it. Why don't we just tell them that they can just vote absentee? I mean, you put a deadline on them and all that, but just don't make them sit there and have to do that. That's what I'm concerned about these departments. Because, I mean, sure, you know, if you're trying to disguise something, then that's one thing, you know, but I'll give you an example. What I meant by that is that you take Homeland Security. I'm telling a little history to some of the senators in there. When Homeland Security came out to be a big thing, we could have easily folded our Homeland Security into our EMA, department. But because we realized that if we establish our own department, that we will get significant grants and resource opportunities to enhance us. And I stand to be corrected because I don't remember exactly. But I think we got that first lick we may have gotten. I could be wrong. But it keep popping up in my mind that we got $30 million initially to set that up. And so that's what I meant about these situations. You know, they shouldn't have to play hide and go seek to try to help people. They shouldn't have to disguise what they're really trying to do, and that is just trying to help people get involved and get put in the mainstream of that institution. So I hope that they won't have to do that. I heard I heard a statement made about, well, have to do that with state money. But let's not forget that in each of our districts, we got some folks who pay taxes, who want it. So why are you saying we're gonna cut off all state funds because the citizens may not, basically you're saying taking state funds to do A, B, C, or D. Well, there's some people who want A, B, C done and they pay state funds. So we're gonna deny them the opportunity for funds to be allocated because part of our people don't want it for the ones who do. So we're kind of flipping the coin. Like to me, the ones who don't want it, we kind of making them do it. For the ones who want it, now the ones who don't want it, we messing up the people who want to do it. So I hope some kind of reasonableness and balance can be found in that regard as well. I just tell you the truth, I actually thought that today, though, prior to me finding out about this situation, I thought that we were gonna be dealing with that little mutual thing, that little mutual thing. That's what I thought we were gonna be doing. Just really, but I know it's tough. You know, votes on stuff like that are like hen teeth. They tough. Like Razor, all those citizens, I think, want an opportunity. And I'm with the citizens. I mean, in terms of having something. You know, I think I did this once before. But, you know, people say, what you think about this? I pull this out and say, what you think about this? You know what that is, don't you? Yeah, I said, what you think about that? That tell you what I think about that. If I got one in my pocket now, you know I believe in it, you know. And I believe in it in part because if you hadn't been to, let me put it like this. I went to a convention, you know, legislative convention years ago. I think it was in Jackson, Mississippi. It was in Mississippi, like NCSL. And you know how you get on committees, so you know folks. But I ain't know it with these were the two guys. This true story. I walked into the place, and you know when you go in there, they have windows with alphabets. That's where you go register with your last name. So I went to this one, S, something through S, and I see these two guys hurrying up toward me. And I look at them. First of all, they look like you. Okay, so I not look like you, but look like you. And so I had to say that because it's significant of what I'm gonna tell you. And I'm like this now. They coming, and I'm saying, and the reason is because one of them had on a shirt, and one of them had on a hat. And on front of the hat, with the Confederate flag, the shirt, Confederate flag. What these boys run over here and want to see me for? You know, but they were coming over there and it freaked my wife out because they hugged me. Big old bear hug. And you know what they were hugging me for? Like I said, I realized who they were. They said, because we so glad that y'all won't take up casino things because we gonna get all the money. They said, that's my re-election package. And they went on, they said, we appreciate you, Smith. And so I said that and said, I looked out there at one of the places, and I guarantee you 40% of the call was from Alabama. Alabama folks, you know. So we letting that money go out. Now, since we said that brought a thought to my mind. Since we are saying in the bill, well, we don't want the taxpayers' money. They put a little casino money over there on the side to pay for this then. I mean, we going through a process now anyway. So if you don't want it coming out there, where's it that fine? Get it before it gets to the budget. It's written in the bill. That means it go and then this go to the budget. You know, that's another good thought. See, remember I said it's ways to get around things. So you don't have to give up what he said about that. And at the same time, they can get the money. That's what see, it's ways. You just have to think out the box. You know, if you want to accomplish what you want and not harm anybody else for what they're trying to get done. So that makes a difference, you know. Yeah, I think that it's important. It's important that we look at other options and other situations. Now, you know, I was sitting here, and where did I put it? There you go. I made up my mind that I think I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna read this bill because I bet you there's some people. Now you know, Senator, you know I am a full believer in inclusion. I'm a full believer in that. I just gonna tell you I'm a full believer in it. And because I am, I want to make sure that you know you have the opportunity to say whatever you want to say at what point in time. So I don't want you to think by no means. I thought I'd tell you that now. Don't think for 1 minute, if you do, that I won't yield to give you that opportunity. I know you don't think that, but I thought I would just tell you that.
Have I ever been quiet?
No. You're just soaking me in right now. That's all right. All right, now, let's see what we got here. This is the first thing I don't understand, and ain't nobody got an answer. How is this in county and municipal government? If anything, I know the ideal we would say Judy, but if it wasn't Judy, it just looks like to me, based on the fact that this bill is really, and I mean, I can just tell you this, I can look at it and tell you, this bill is a combination of 3 bills. The third one about the little bathrooms, the bathroom bill. That it's in here too, the little bathrooms. But I ain't dealing with that issue. You know I ain't dealing with that issue right now. I'm just trying to deal with the things you hear me talk about. But the fact that you have all those particular issues and concerns is tell me in part why this bill is as thick as it is. You know, and it's not thick, but it's thick enough to let you know it's kind of heavy. It's got some heavy stuff up in here. All right. Now, this is the first thing. Let me find my little pen because it says, this bill will prohibit certain public entities, including state agencies. Let's start right there. We finna prohibit public entities and state agencies, local boards of education, oh my God, and public institutions of higher education from maintaining a diversity, equity, and inclusion office. Think about that. We start this out by saying they're going to prohibit a public entity, that's any public entity, any state agency, any, not state board of education, but local board of education, and public institutions of higher education from maintaining a diversity, equity, inclusion office. Why would we stop these folks from having an office that deals with this? I can't understand. Why? Why? Why would we do that? Then why? Why would we do that in the first place? Now, it's a department are sponsoring any diversity, equity, inclusion program. A program. One program, one little program. And the thing that really, I wanted to ask this question, but the, sponsor out here, why y'all couldn't wait to March to do this? Why you got to do it? Black History Month, Black History Month. We get one little month. And then they want to load up on us in the little month we get. That's what this is, loading up on us. In Black History Month. I can't, where is the sensitivity? And you said, what you mean by sensitivity? But in case you don't know what sensitivity is, yesterday, when the minority leader happened to be at the mic, and I remember the pro tem came up, and there was one other person that came up. May have been our general fund chair, came up, and they had very, very time-sensitive resolutions. And the sensitivity was, let me yield after being in a posture of not yielding, yield so that they may address those time-sensitive resolutions. That's what I'm talking about, sensitivity. If anybody don't know what it means, that's what it means. And yet, we in Black History Month, and right now, for 2024, the history we make it in Black History Month is that we gonna take opportunity away from black folks in Black History Month. This month, it's sad that it's just a month, But this month should highlight all the positive things that African Americans have done, and as a result thereof, they've been able to make life better for people, and their lives have been made better. But it ain't nothing in this that makes life better for any African American. There's nothing in this bill that makes the quality of life any better for them. So at least we could have waited to March, not February. But we are what we are, unfortunate. Or fortunate, whichever way they look at it, you know. And so, after seeing that, then take this one for instance. It's another one. We'll talk about opportunity in the month. I want us. I want this not now, but whenever we're able to get past this and we get to another posture, and I know it won't be today, because it's going to take this rest of this day really to get wherever we're trying to get to. It's going to probably take it. And then I know how y'all think. Y'all being the whole body. I ain't talking about y'all over here too. Today, Thursday. The only thing I can hope for after this is to see some tail lights. You know, I know what's been happen. Ain't nobody gonna tell me nothing. I know that. And that's all right. That's all right. That's all right too. But the chance to have an opportunity to be able to move forward is what every American desires and try to do. And that's why we're having the conversation we are having now. And how do we label a concept that's divisive when what we are doing is determined by the intent of what you're doing? And in order for any other person that's not a learned person of the cloth, and that's the judge, to make a determination of what somebody else is thinking, it calls for you to form a mental impression as to what's in their mind. And the last time I looked around, it wasn't but one person that knew what was in every one of our minds, and he up there. He ain't down here with us. So how can we label that? Because I said, for instance, what you heard me say earlier, you know, without me repeating myself, and that's simply this, is that African Americans, after all the things I talked about in the position we're in, should be provided a door that's not locked and an opportunity to go through that door for what, or the lack of thereof, that they've been exposed or not been exposed to. How can somebody develop a what that is now, divisive concept from that statement, and then when it ain't even about the people in here, you know, if you heard me say that, it's about who has the authority to correct what has happened. They're not blamed, but you got the power to correct it. We need to correct it. Because think about this. I want you to just think about it in your lifetime. Have you ever heard this? Out of all this stuff that probably people know and you've heard me talk about, I'm talking about as a nation, okay? I'm not talking about one person. I ain't heard an apology yet. I ain't heard one yet. I've been here a while on the earth. I ain't heard it act like, well, we gonna go on. No, wait a minute. Let's stop. I ain't talking about in here. I said, let's stop as a country. Let's what President Reagan said. Look at the man in the mirror. Then look at the mirror, everybody, and say, okay, now, has this been done? No. And remember this here, when the slaves were free, they promised them 40 acres and a mule. Not that that was not enough back then, but some of them didn't even get the mule, let alone the 40 acres. Okay. So I just had to say that we can't be afraid to have a genuine dialogue about what, when, and why things happen, and in some cases still happening to African Americans. Now, I'm not saying they're the only people that have things and concerns that happen. But, I hear some of these other people talking about this a civil rights thing, a civil right. No, ain't nobody in this country that has come into this country been treated like we were bringing us over here. Nobody. It's nobody. I don't care about what nobody else said. Nobody has had that treatment. So we can't close doors that people want to already open. And that's what I really need. I need this. And that's people have already been willing to open because we have some folks that didn't want them open in the first place. Now, I'm going to tell you something. I want to say this too. The Lord has blessed me to be here for a minute. I thank him. But I want to tell you something, and this is a very serious, I'm trying to be as truthful as possible. I ain't talking about everybody now. I'd say it like that. But I done seen a change in this body that I have a certain level of just personal concern. Remember, I've been here a minute. I've seen the whole change. And the change ain't just by party. I want you to understand what I'm saying. That this ain't no make somebody look good and somebody else look bad thing. I've seen some change since 2010 or 12, whenever that was, when they switched. From that group, that's what I meant. So it ain't party. It's that, but I've seen a change in, I'm trying to think of the right word, sensitivities as to what I'm doing and what it's going to do to other people. I've seen a change. I've seen some streaks. Streaks mean, how your hair had a little color streak in it, but it's still dominant the other way. I've seen some streaks of on the cuff and the edge, just a few streaks of some little mean-spiritedness. That's the words I use. Little mean-spiritedness. Not on everything, but I've seen it flare up a little bit. And back then, I didn't see any of that. And it didn't matter the fact that the majority was in control. Now, it's the people who were in there. See, we picked up good when we got some new folks. Because I'm looking at one of them right now. I ain't gonna call no name, a good one. We picked out some more good ones. I know another one over my right shoulder. Good ones. We had some good ones. Okay? We had it both ways. But we also picked up a couple of little tough ones too. On the head. I ain't gonna call no name again. Oh yeah, we picked them up. Yeah, they ain't got the sensitivity. They ain't got it. They may have the smarts and the minds, but you got to have a passion and heart when you're dealing with people. And I don't see the passion flowing out for the concerns of some of the things that could happen to people. That's what I'm saying.
That also go to our legal profession too.
Say what now?
Same as our legal profession.
That's right. Oh, I since you said that, I don't mind shifting a little bit. You're right. I'm just as old school that I give you the idea. I remember if you missed a date on filing a response and you had 30 days, that the old school and the consideration we talking about now, somebody would pick up the phone and tell you, listen, I'm getting ready to file this motion if you ain't gonna file no answer. And you say, wait a minute, on what? And they tell you, then you got your go file your answer. Why? Let me show you the advantages of it. Because 8 out of 10 times, especially close proximity to that date, you file a motion to set it aside, the jury gonna set it aside. All you doing just told me I can't trust you. That's all you done, because they're gonna set that aside. And you ain't called me, you ain't done nothing, you want to sneak one in on me. You know, and that don't work. That's what you saying about our profession. That ain't how you do it. I always tell people that you have to go back to Vince Lombardi. And they said, what you mean by that? When he was coaching the Packers, I mean, he said in a press conference, they said, what you gonna do next to the team you play next? He said, we're gonna do sweep right and sweep left. They tell me coming. You know, so ain't no sweep right left. We gonna sweep you right and sweep you left. You just ain't gonna know when we go right or left, but that's what we gonna do. That's the same way with what we talking about. You know, why? You know, why? And so now we negotiate. I can't trust what you're saying, you know, because you sitting there trying to play the game on me and up me one. You know, that don't work, you know. And that's the one thing in this process, that when you give your word, it ought to mean something. If you don't, you need to correct it if it's something come up. But to give your word and then go off and do something else, you know, that's not a positive thing. Not positive at all, you know. So no, but so I'm hoping and I'm praying as I go through this bill. I got sidetracked by talking a little bit. So this bill will prohibit certain public entities from promoting, endorsing, or requiring affirmation or a certain divisive concept relating to race, sex, or religion. Okay? So this bill will prohibit certain public entities from conditioning enrollment or attendance in certain classes or training on the basis of race or color. Right there, what you're saying is that what you're saying right here, that you can't divide a pathway for them to get enrolled. And the first thing people gonna say, I'm gonna give you a little mini version of why you have to do that. Okay? I saw on a test one time that a young person took the test and they was African American. And this was the question. The question was something like this. Let me see, I want to, okay. A had a lawn, and on that lawn, they had grass and around the edges of it, they had shrubbery. That was one of the answers. They got the answer wrong. So I asked them, I said, why you didn't mark the right answer? They said, because I don't know what no shrubberies are, but I know what hedges are. See where I'm coming from? Hedge and shrubbery is the same identical thing. In this culture, they're hedges. Over here, they're shrubbery. So you now, if you want to know if they know, you got to either allow them to get into the class so that they'll know what a shrubbery is over a hedge, or you got to make exceptions that shrubbery and hedge mean the same thing. So what's wrong with that? It's nothing. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with it. You ain't giving nobody nothing extra. You just giving them a chance to understand and a gateway for them to make a good grade so they can have full understanding. What's wrong if a person is as they read, they have a problem with comprehension, you want to test them? What's wrong with giving them an oral book and allowing them to answer them orally with the computer? What's wrong with that? A sponsor, if you desire, I just want you to know, I'm not rushing you. Take your time, but I'm just getting a little update.
Yes.
You already know what he's trying to share.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'll kind of take over and.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, sure.
Well, I appreciate the attentiveness of the members here and the listening public, and we've been working diligently trying to work through the process. You've seen on the floor and some discussion, and then also some other discussion between members about how we can improve this bill. How can we make this bill better? I think there's going to be, or has been, or is an agreement. So from that standpoint, we've been working, and sometimes it's like being in a courtroom that even though the judge may be on the bench or the lawyers may be in there, or you may not see the lawyers, sometimes you may not see the judge, there's work that's being done, and we're certainly working towards what I believe is a better product that we can present to the body for a vote today. And I just appreciate the interaction that we've had on both sides of the aisle, discussions that we've had, and as I said earlier, the discussions that we had even prior to this legislation being introduced, the discussions that we've had over the past couple of days, heartfelt.
Well, Mr. Chairman, ma'am,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you continuing having that conversation. I was, like I surprised somebody at our meeting this morning. See, they don't know about this. They don't know that we hung out together this morning. And it wasn't about diversity. So I tell them, but we hung out. But at that meeting, the old school teacher came out in me. Because, I used to teach constitutional law in law school for about 25 years. And so when you've been teaching, you have a tendency to grade things in your mind. And see, you have been
All right, sorry about that. So I know you were talking about being a school teacher and, tendency to look through those eyes of a constitutional lawyer, and I'm appreciative of that. My constitutional lawyer instructor at Jones would die if I ever told him I was a constitutional lawyer. Yes, sir.
I just wanted to say this, so because it's always important when you conductor the train, to have the train rolling. So I want to talk to my conductor up here and just tell him that I conceivably, at the point in time, will yield to him as having the mic. Okay, so I don't mind. I was just saying that I don't mind it because we're trying to work through whatever we're trying to do. What I was getting ready, but if you'll recognize me to speak to, like I think he did, I will. I said grading people. You remember I said that? See, right now I have this right here. This ain't nothing but a sheet of paper. This right here, this your report card. Each time you have a grade them a 1, 2, 3. So see, right now you see him with an A. Remember we did that game thing, did all that. So you see him with an A. I ain't gave you no grade this time. We still in class. So
if I can get an A from you.
Well, I ain't giving no pre-grade. We still in class. We still trying to get to the point for one. But if you got some time, I do have a few questions. And what answer, if you will answer them, and if you do, the answer you give is the answer I will accept. It's not but I do have some questions. So if you comfortable with them, and then if you not, then I'm okay. But I do have a few.
Ask anything you got.
I knew that lawyer gonna come out in you. All right. I think you kind of explained the first one. Because you don't have to explain, but I'm just going to tell you, you'll know what I mean. Because the question I had that I, would initially answer if you had been here was, can you explain the negative side to diversity, equity, and inclusion? And you pretty much talked about your letters that you got and different things, so I'm not going to, you don't have to re-answer that. I remember that. And then, but I think this is, what is this, concisively? I want to, it's
divisive content.
what? I got that right. Yeah, subconsciously and consciously. Is it?
What page are you on?
I think that's line 3 is 62 through 65 in D. And then if you know this application, if you can share that with us also.
Well, as you mentioned, that line 62 through 65, that's part of what a divisive concept is, and that so, if you, through the body of the bill, it says prohibited from forcing someone to believe that simply because of their race, color, religion, sex, ethnicity, national origin, the individual is inherently racist, sexist, oppressive, or consciously or subconsciously, whether they know it or not. It is saying that I can't tell you that because you are a black man that you are racist or sexist or oppressive. Whether you admit to it or you don't admit to it, I can't force that on you. Either you are or you aren't. That doesn't change the fact, right? But I can't make you consent that you are. I can't.
No, you can. You can. But I can't make you. But it's kind of my question. You answered it, and you're right about that part. I mean, I don't mind. You know me. If I think you're right, you're right. If I don't mean you ain't right if I don't think you're right. But I mean, if I think you're right, you're right.
Senator Smith, real quick. So your time's up, but I'll recognize Senator Barfoot. Y'all just keep dialoguing back and forth.
That's
good?
fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
All right. So y'all just keep going.
So without losing time, please give Senator Smitherman, let's continue this dialogue.
Oh, okay. All right then. Yeah. Hey, you see the coach over there to the left over there, don't you? He trying to make sure we get the trains into. You have a train switching station, and so this train don't mean to put it on in. We don't want the conductor to get sleep. We want no derailments. but at the same time, though, listen to this. At the same time, when I go down to my office, sit in my office, I can't stop you from walking in my door and saying, Smithman, I believe that you're, race or whatever. Now I might say, look, man, I ain't even get out of my office, but I can't stop you from walking in there and saying it.
My daddy used to tell me, he said, I could stop you from doing something, but I can make you wish you hadn't.
I know, but think about that. Now we have to destroy the First Amendment because that's all you did. You in a public place. I got an office that's open. It ain't private. I ain't people check. That's free speech. I can say that. I mean, you can say that. And I may be upset. I mean, I like it, and I may say, I don't want to say it like that. But you can say it.
But yeah, I would agree with you 100%. And we're not trying to quench that free speech, no matter how horrid that free speech might be. But what we are saying is that I can't tell you that you are, and you have to consent to, that you're a sexist because of certain things.
So I'm gonna say no, I'm not. Then what's the problem?
Nope. I'm
gonna say no, I'm not. And and so you said the same thing. If I don't, the zealousness, let me say this to you, and it's what we talk about, by the way. This is it. No matter how you treat me, I ain't talking about you, no matter how you treat me, if in my mind I don't accept the fact that I ain't in slavery, you can't put me in slavery. You can hurt me, you can restrict what I can do, but you can't. If my mind, if I to myself, my mind, it's a little prayer that said, whatever the mind can conceive and believe, it will achieve. And so if I ain't gonna conceive it and believe it, I'm not. You ain't gonna achieve what you trying to do with me because I'm okay, fine. But that's and we have a little thing. We have a little thing when we tell people when they say, "Well, you're problem." I said, "No, that's your problem. That ain't my problem." Because I'm not. I don't think that way. So how is that? How is that something that a person can't control themselves? That's just like a. We got this phone thing going on. They're going to talk about every phone got to have a filter because of children doing A, B, C, or D. It you can control whether or not they get it or bring it in your house. If they're a child, they ain't got no money. They got to pay each month for the phone. So you control where they even get it. And when they get it, you can control what's on it. I mean, I know because my daughter controls it. She got an 8th grader. She controls whatever on there. She got a thing. She monitor everywhere he go. You know, if he walk on here, she can look at it out, you know, at school, whatever. She know what he doing. You know, I mean, if it's, when she on it, she can go out. But so I'm just saying, that's all I'm saying there. That they can't make me feel bad unless I let myself feel bad. So why we got to, you know, why was that issue? I ain't saying why we got to do it, whatever we doing, but why is that an issue?
If you were in a classroom setting and you were a student, you're right. You don't have to, in your mind, you don't have to say, you can say, teacher, I don't believe that in your mind. But if the teacher says, you're gonna write this down that you are, we can't force that. We can't force.
Okay, I see what you're saying. But let me ask you this. Suppose it's the truth. And I don't mean something wacky or something. Okay, this is what I mean. This is the truth. This is a true statement. You know, only I'm saying it because I've said it before. You know, I'm not just being repetitive or nothing. Okay. Black folk were put in slavery.
Preach it, tell it about it, talk about it, teach it.
Okay. Now give me one that wouldn't fit. Because I believe what you said, just say it. So I gotta now, you know, I'm trying to narrow myself in because I want to lock you into what you're saying. So give me an example that you think that wouldn't fit. That you could.
That is prohibited under those devices.
Yeah. What
Okay.
you're thinking in that regard.
We're gonna call you Senator Smitherman at 5th grade. Senator Smitherman, you're in a classroom. Teacher says, we're gonna give you a test, and on that test it says, because you are a black male, you're inherently sexist. You got to mark that down. You've got to consent to that. You've got to agree to that.
No, I ain't gonna consent to that.
I know you're not, and we agree to that. You shouldn't be forced to.
No, not
You
that.
can't take away whoever's right to say something to you, and you certainly don't have to believe it, but you don't have to consent. You shouldn't be compelled to agree with somebody like that horrid statement.
All right, now, but I'm gonna change something for you. I'm gonna change something because I saw it in here. I thought I saw it in my little analysis, my breakdown. I thought I did. But suppose I'm in class. Well, I ain't gonna say in class, but I'm trying to get to where you are. Just take your model, and I'm gonna put these facts in it, okay? But however, true or false? Did the Ku Klux hang black folks and kill them?
Yes, true. Teacher can say it, teach it, preach it. It is a fact.
Now, I got what you're saying. How, and you probably know the answer. So how then, as you, as the teacher, say I promoted you, I was the student, now you the teacher. I just joke. Okay, you the teacher. How you gonna know that it's all right for me to do just what you said was all right, and then I would know though that what you said wasn't all right. Okay, you see what I mean? It's easier for me to identify what isn't all right. So because of that, how am I gonna be able to say that it's all right for me to talk about what you just said that was all right? Because that's a chilling effect that has kind of gone on with educators. And I'm gonna show you what I mean by chilling effect, okay? I know you know what it means, but I'm gonna show you an example. you take like the situation with the embryos, okay? UAB is the world-class place for medicine. World class. I ain't talking about Central Alabama class. World class. They do all that. I don't know them big words. Where are doctors in here? Stutz and who else? We got some doctors in here. Well, they know what I'm talking about. They do a sort of a infusion of several things that they do to treat those kind of situations for people. They got a whole big department up there. They treat people from all around the world. And yet, after that ruling, they paused that whole department. They're not doing anything right at this moment, nothing. See what I'm asking you now? How are they going to be able to know when they are not crossing the line? I mean, they know when they're not crossing the line. I won't say that because you made it very obvious in your example. That's across the line. How are they gonna know that they're not crossing the line on what you said, and I would have said too, that's all right. These ain't lawyers and they ain't legislators and they don't know the legislative intent. You gave us legislative intent. And I understand that. But
I wish we incorporated more.
Yeah, but they don't know that. So now, and I imagine y'all might be working on some stuff, to address this. So I'm not putting you on the spot, but I'm just sharing with you as you see me look and talk about that. I'm putting myself in their situation. And I believe what you're telling me is just that the problem is going to be how they're going to disseminate that this is all right and not. Now, I tell you how I think that you could probably do that. I want you to know that was and still is and gonna be as we move forward. My intent with the bill that I had.
With the language that I knew
that was what you just said. That's what my intent is in there. It's just the pure, like you see me doing up here, the pure history. Teach it right here. And you know where I got the idea from? Not the idea, but where it stuck with me. Well, when all of us in this body on Women's Month passed a resolution that talked about the pure involvement of women into our state and the contributions. And they had white women in there, they had black women in there. I mean, it was all women. And I said, now why we can't teach all history? Just everybody. I know just some or not, and not to highlight the big boys, George Washington Carver and E.B. Du Bois, them the big boys. No, these are little folk right here, but they made big contributions. Why do we don't know that this person did the filter, then when we were talking about, like in a science class, where you have, how them little elementary and middle school science class, they had little pictures and the electricity going here, and you know what I mean? Just why they won't know, they may talk about Edison, and why they don't know that this person here improved what Edison did, and blah, 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 blah. They ain't even got to say, oh, by the way, there was a black person. They ain't got to say that. I'm just saying, why aren't they included into the history? That's what I'm saying, because they are part of it. That's you understand what I'm saying?
So I'll tell you this, my wife, and probably she's not the only wife out there that has mentioned this, but come around Valentine's Day, she will say something along the lines of, Valentine's Day is one day, but it doesn't have to be Valentine's Day to do extra nice things for me. And I'd say that's true even especially regarding Black History. We have Black History Month, but we We need to make sure that it's not just a month that we talk about the achievements of all Alabamians from a historical standpoint, but it's all year long. Black, white, young, old, male, female, whatever background that person comes from. I think that's what makes Alabama the state that we are, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I certainly think that it deserves some time to be talked about. And to your point about the language you had in a separate bill, I saw that, and we've talked about that and supportive of that.
Senator, I didn't get all of that. What you said?
My wife would like to hear the second part of that too. I said, when we talk about Valentine's Day, my wife usually reminds me that Valentine's Day is not the only day that I can do nice things for her.
Yeah.
And I used that in reference to when you were talking about Black History Month, that why is it relegated to a month? We should be talking about the achievements of Alabamians, white, black, young, old, male, female, whatever, as you said, may seem insignificant when you compare it to the giants, but those people who took incremental steps in technology, engineering, whatever it is that we take for granted now and don't even know they existed or what they did.
You're right. You're right to that. And you would hope that I mean, I'm not saying we're not all we are, but you would hope that in 2024 we would get there. Because, I don't know if y'all remember this, but I'm just telling you like it is, I remember when and you're gonna laugh when I tell you, but I remember when the Jetsons came on. I figured in 2030 we'd be flying around in them little cars, and I'd be standing here on a tube, and they could zap me to Birmingham. I don't even have to get over the highway or nothing. And then my elements would come out, and I'm all of a sudden I'm in Birmingham, and I'm walking around again.
Hey, we still got 6 more years, so maybe by 2030 we'll get there.
I know that's right. So no, I understand, and I agree with what you just said right there in that regard. I just tell you that I do. I really, really do. All right, let me say this. Okay, the third one. Go right on. Just whatever you need to do, you go, and I'll just talk if you need to step away from it. Hey, you were coming up here for some reason.
So, Mr. President, I think we're still on
We're on the committee amendment, yeah, and you've got the mic. So what do you want to, y'all want to do something on this committee amendment? We're on this committee amendment. Do you want to do something on it?
I'd move to adopt Senator Coleman's committee amendment.
Okay.
Yeah, and let's just
Use the long roll.
let's use a long roll.
All right. Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton.
Good job.
Mr. Allen.
You'll see senators come.
Mr. Barfoot.
Yes.
Aye. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The committee amendment's adopted. All right, Senator Barfoot.
So we've got the committee amendment adopted. I believe my colleague across the way has something he wants to say, or maybe offer an amendment.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Barfoot. Thank you, body, for indulging us in on this. This is a very difficult bill that we're trying to deal with because we're dealing with, no issue, yours. We're dealing with a concept by which we, on this side of the aisle, number one, feel that it's unnecessary because I don't know where this is being taught in schools around the state or anyone demanding any particular thing on anyone to do the things that we're saying that we're trying to prevent from happening. But before I go any further, early on, you made a statement about the office of the young lady who the governor removed from the office by virtue of them having the information in of those books that had the information in, and the governor removed her from her office. Office of School Readiness, I think it's.
And I don't know if she technically resigned or, but no longer there, however that.
Exactly. I thought that we discredited her in your statement, okay? And I want to make sure that she gets her true light of what happened. She was not a member of the textbook association. She was running the program. Those textbooks come down, and when they come down, not only does she approve of it, or there's a committee that approves of these books before they even get to her, and the governor herself signed off on that. So by the time some parent caught that, now we just want to put the blame back on the young lady who's running the program as if she should have caught it. But it had gone through several eyes because the textbook committee is not picked by one individual. It is by a committee of folks who said that this book meets the standards by which we have set in the state of Alabama to say that these pre-K or kindergarten should have prior to moving on to first grade. That's what basically these, in my summation. So to say that she allowed this to happen, it's a discredit to this woman, and without understanding exactly the fullness thereof. And I don't want to stand here and allow us to give her that bad name as if she did something totally wrong, when it was just like the archives in history. When archives, someone bought a grant to archives. They didn't write the grant, they didn't ask for it, but these people bought that to them, and so they entertained it. However, like this young lady who's head of that department did not in herself say, this is the book that I'm going to choose and y'all got to choose because it has some LPDG materials in it. That was not the case. The governor signed off on that. Somebody else dropped the ball. She just happened to be in the driver's seat. So if head has to roll, you roll ahead of the department head. That's how that went down, okay? So I don't want us to sit here and give her a bad name, a reputation, as if this is something that she advocated, okay? And that wasn't the case.
Fair point. We need to be truthful in what we say, and to the extent I misspoke, that was not my intent, and thank you for,
No problem. I just thought we'd clear that. Okay. And secondly, I think that this bill goes to this whole theory of what I keep hearing about, the woke concept. It goes for every time I'm hearing, that real right-wing radio. I listen to it coming down the road sometimes, and they be calling your name real strong to you. Advertise. Y'all must advertise on some of these radio stations. Some folk don't even know how to pronounce your name. They call you Bob, Foot, whatever it is. But at the end of the day, because you advertise doesn't say that you support everything that they say. You see what I'm saying? So, when I heard them talk about woke and callers kept calling in and the question came up, what is woke? The only thing they can do is identify woke is to the left. No real firm definition outside of being alert. Somebody whose eyes are wide open, who is conscious of what's going on. And I don't think that that's a bad thing. So if that is the definition of woke, I'm woke. I'm gonna stay woke. I'm not going to sleep on y'all. Maybe that's what they want me to do, is to go to sleep. So I'm gonna stay woke. And so with that, in that whole woke scenario, they talked about DEI and getting rid of these diversity and inclusion offices out of public office. So I've heard this on Right Wing Talk Radio. So I hear this now as an agenda piece of this legislature. It is ironic that this bill, this piece of particular legislation, has moved through the body as fast as any piece of legislation that I've ever seen. So something about this legislation that says that we have to have it. Because prior to Tuesday, this bill had not been pre-filed. It had not even been introduced. And so as of Tuesday, this bill got dropped. Normally, it takes about 4 or 5 days before we see a piece of legislation. On Tuesday, it gets dropped. The Committee for County and Governments had met on Tuesday already. We usually don't meet but once a week. They already met Tuesday.
didn't they have your bill on there too?
And had my bill on Tuesday, and I got cut off Tuesday.
It put you first on Wednesday.
Yeah, because they knew that long public hearing was gonna be later, right? So then this bill get there Wednesday in committee. Groups asked for a public hearing, and it was told to me that it was denied. I asked my office to ask for a public hearing. We didn't know whether we were going to get a public hearing until the next morning we saw it posted with public hearing. Bill get heard, committee get report out yesterday, and here we are today. None of these other bills has gone through the process as fast as this one. Can you tell me, before we get to the amendment, in your own words, what is the urgency of this bill, and why is it so important that we're moving it this fast with such a connotation that could be so negative across the state?
Senator, you know this, I don't set the calendar. I don't set the committee calendar, at least unless it's in my committee. Just glad that we're able to talk about it and been able to work through the process. You and I have talked extensively about it, and other members here as well, so.
But these bills don't move without us requesting that they move. correct? So now, if you're going to tell me your bills are moving without you requesting them, they just jump on calendars and get to moving, then I got some problem with that right here. If that's what you're going to stand here and tell me, that you didn't have to request it, it just went on its own, then maybe I need the pro tem to come and tell me why it's so important then. Somebody got to tell me why it's so important that it moved through the process so fast and we're here today spending our time. And then it became the only single piece of legislation on the calendar for today. I just like to understand the importance of this and what difference does it make in the state and how far does it move the needle in this state versus possibly could have an adverse effect of separating people versus bringing people together before they really understand what it is that you're trying to do here. Because I could see that happening, that it could adversely pull people away. Because I could see an athlete, when this passed, before they know what's in it, saying, hey, Mr. University of Alabama, yeah, you recruit me, but you don't want no diversity in your state. I'm going to go to Georgia. I can see a doctor who's being recruited to UAB who is saying, hey, I need you, vascular surgeon, I need you to come down here because you're the #1 heart surgeon in the world. I want you to come and say, oh, but you just passed, you got a DEI bill up there. You don't want diversity and inclusion, so therefore I don't want to come to your state. I can see business saying the same thing with the headlines that goes out under the auspices of this bill. Because it starts out, it prohibits. While you and I sit down and we talk, I feel you where you're trying to go and where you're coming from, but I still don't understand the importance of the urgency of doing it right now. I really don't understand that. And what is it going to do in this state? How is it going to move the needle to a better Alabama moving forward? To a more prosperous Alabama moving forward. We have the Innovate Alabama here. We brought Dr. Condoleezza Rice to Birmingham, and we've commissioned her and brought her to promote Alabama in its diversity. And she sit there on the stage and talk about how well Alabama would be in her diversity and how bringing people together with common thoughts from different areas of walks of life, different backgrounds, makes this state better. But this bill, on its face, tends to say that we don't want that happen when you're taking out diversity and inclusion offices on college campuses. When you're trying to make sure that they no longer exist, where inclusion and diversity are the key words to me in that. To be diverse. You know, I so bad wanted to ask one of the Supreme Court justices over there today, how do y'all really just feel sitting around here with all white men and just a couple of white women and making the rulings that you do? Is that Alabama? Is this diverse? I got a bill that's coming to your committee asking that we could be able to get some of these redo our Supreme Court and probably do them in districts so that you could possibly get some diversity on the Supreme Court. You're probably not going to let that bill come up and let it be heard in your committee, because I filed it before. This is not the first time. It's just a repeat and a repeat after repeat. Now, Mr. Wiley allowed it to let it come up in his committee once, and I think we even kind of voted out, but it never got on the calendar, okay? But I just want to understand, and I'm going to offer the amendment here in a minute. I think it's a great amendment, and I'm going to give you, you know, your praises of what you do for this, and I really appreciate where you came from as we met, your heart on this particular piece. I think it need to be out. You saw where we was coming from, and you were willing to make it happen. We'll do that in a second. But I just want to ask a couple more questions. And when I look at the Supreme Court, as a lawyer, do you ever often think, how do they always come up with a 9-0 vote? That's never, very seldom a dissenting vote from our Supreme Court. I can't understand how people in the law have that group thing, because you know lawyers reach in different theories and different concepts about how they reach conclusions based on research and everything else. And so, and then a common belief, but it looked like every time we got a major decision, it's a 9-0. And it's consistent, 9-0. And nobody ever dissent on anything. I would have thought that on this embryo thing, that maybe the women would have had a question about it. And not even 2 votes against or a dissenting opinion against it. And maybe that was forced because of what we did with our abortion law that said where life begins at the conception stage. And maybe they were forced to do that, and the law is just a law. And that's going to be a real interesting case, because now that I know that it's life, I want to know, is it child abuse that you got them babies in the freezer? Is it child abuse? It's a baby. Usually, sometimes women decide, you know, through a process that they donate the other eggs that they don't use. Now we have to adopt them because they are babies, they're life. Instead of donate, you can't donate a child, you can only adopt a child. So we'll have to adopt the egg if you're going to send it on to somebody else. If UAB takes it out of the hospital and sends it to another lab, is that child trafficking without the consent of the parent? It's life. It's life. So there's a lot of questions going to be answered behind that one, okay? And so, and I can understand why UAB want to shut down their program, because doctors don't know what to do. Because now they're tampering with what we call life. And I understand that we have one of our members want to come up with a solution to that and basically say that it is not life until it is then implanted into the uterus. Well, that's not what we have deemed to be life, you know, here in this body thus far. We did it at conception. And so, but it's interesting. We ain't talking about that right now. That's a whole nother day. But that's going to be real interesting. I want to know how they're going to handle that. That's interesting. So, but in this bill, it seems to me that we want to get rid of all what we call the woke concepts. When it's not happening, we'll pass bills, the library bill wasn't happening. You know, the archives bill reacted to that. Then we turn around, we got this bill, ballot harvesting, when there is no ballot harvesting, no evidence of ballot harvesting in this state, and if they had it like they say they had it, why weren't somebody going to jail for it already? Because the penalty was already there to go to jail if you're doing that under federal law. You don't have to. They can't say, well, there was nothing that we could do about it, so we know it's happening. So, you know, it's just like the bill that we passed out here, even to say that it was a but we will put the young ladies or person in jail for 2 years if they make a false report based on their whereabouts, like the Birmingham case. All of that, you know, some of these bills just don't move the needle. It's just about politics. And I wish that we would stop playing politics with the people of this state just because other states have done it. Why we got to be doing it? Y'all shouldn't adhere to that pressure in your Republican surroundings when they go like, hey, Alabama, y'all ain't did that down there, man. We've been over here, Florida done it. You know, all these other states have done it. Come on, Alabama, you in the South too. You got to get your folks under control over there. But I'm not to be controlled. Because of all these things that we're doing, it doesn't stop someone from saying, I heard you use the word fears. We ain't scared. I think it's your people who are scared of somebody accusing them of some truth. Ain't no fears over here because we've been enslaved. We've been downtrodden. We've been having to live in poverty and bad communities and bad homes and drugs. Just like when the crack epidemic hit our community, nobody came here with laws of crack. Every time we tried to introduce, nobody did anything. But as soon as meth started hitting white community, they started passing laws all over the place. Oxycontin, now we getting laws all the time in our community about that because it hits in the white community. Barry Madison stood there and I said in one of the committee meetings, why aren't we doing something about crack? Senator, you're right, we dropped the ball on crack because crack was in the black community. We see that, so you can't tell me that you're trying to make something so neutral to where it's making it sound like everybody's just finna be fair because of this bill. When there's no more diversity and inclusion offices on those campuses, you can believe me, there would not be any more diversity and inclusion on those campuses because they are not going to feel obligated that they're going to have to do anything. Or they're not going to feel, even these offices were set up by them anyway. Nobody made them set them up. Okay? They wanted to do the right thing, but now they're being reined in from some of these programs. Or maybe they're being threatened by some donors to say that if you don't get rid of those woke programs, we won't give you any more money. And maybe that's the undercurrent here that's flowing. I don't know. But I'm going to offer this amendment, and then we're going to talk a little bit about that amendment, right? And let me preference this. We had these conversations early on about the word slavery and racism in that bill. And I think that we had some really good, meaningful dialogue back and forth. And at that time, I think you walked away still maintaining your position. And that's what I love about God and the hearts of men and how when we sit down and talk, that's why I think this whole thing about racism and all, it's just really about sitting down and talking and people getting an understanding of where other people feel or even where other people's fears are. I'll use that word again. I'll use that word for you. You've come back without us asking and willingly to accept the amendment on your own permission. You've come to us with this. So at this time, I'm going to offer the amendment. And I would like the desk to read the amendment. Hold on. Would you turn the mic on?
Secretary Reed received the amendment.
Thank you. Now we can hear you, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir.
I don't know about that president up there. Can we get another president?
Amendment to Senate Bill 129 by Senator Singleton. Remove lines 81 through 82 on page 3.
And Senator Barfoot, you can add any commentary that you want behind that in terms of where you were on this particular amendment.
Thank you. I appreciate your commentary on that. And you're right. We did have a long heart-to-heart discussion, had that with several members. It's filed in the bill under line 81 and 82 that slavery and racism are aligned with the founding principles of the United States. And while my pushback on our meetings is that I do not believe that those documents that the founding fathers incorporated to what we now call the Bill of Rights and the Constitution say that. As a practicality, that existed. I couldn't sit up here and argue. That would be against history that those things did in fact happen. Regardless of what the document says, that we're all created equal. And so that's the reason, based on our conversations. Senator Hatcher and I had long conversations, Senator Smitherman, other members as well. And I can certainly, while the document doesn't say that, that happened. That's history. And to my point that we should talk about history. We should talk about things that happen, even if it makes us uncomfortable. And so that's the reason that came to you. So thank you for that acknowledgement. Thank you.
Thank you. And I really appreciate that. And
And if I could, I'd say when you offer the amendment for a vote, I would urge the members to vote yes on this amendment.
yes, sir. Thank you, sir. And I really appreciate it. And then again, that's when we can sit down and talk about these things. We can come to resolution and solutions at some point in times. While we may not all agree about some things, but I think that until we have those conversations, we'll never know. We can always suspect, we can always have our own feelings and be strong about it, but the will to listen is a powerful tool. The will to listen. And I heard you like you heard me. And there are some things I think that even in another amendment or two, we said, hey, that's fine also, because at the end of the day, it is what it is, okay? But on its face, this bill, as we move through it, we're making it what I think somewhat, I don't even want to use the word better. I don't even want to use the word better with this bill, but something we can work with and work through. And I think that giving universities, state agencies, and other folks a little bit more clear concept of what it is that they're going to be dealing with. Because in this bill, while there are things that are prohibited, to the credit of the author, there are exceptions in this bill to where those things that where people make construe that you can't do, you can still do them, but you must do them in a manner by which you are not directing someone to do it solely because of their race, solely because of their ethnicity, and solely because of their sex. And so I appreciate that in terms of doing those things. That way I could still have Black history in school, or I could still have Black history as long as, and I think you'll see in another one, we changed the word that's going to come later in terms of participation, because we're not trying to make people come and participate, but the attendance. And you accepted that, so which makes a lot more sense that people can be attending, so therefore they don't have to be there or feel like they have to participate because of the word participations is in there. Or the university don't feel like they have to open up some, well, I can't make them go and participate, but they can attend, you know, if they would so like to. They might not want to say anything. They might want to just come and not even clap their hands. That's because they at least they can attend it, okay? And so, we were able to work around some of those words to get things and so that people can have the opportunity to continue to do the things that they always have been doing, but in a manner by which they'll do it. That's going to be a little shift. There's going to be a little shift in the way things have been done. But I think that as soon as people can be able to sit down and interpret this bill after we finish with it, and understand what their boundaries are, where they are, what they can and what they cannot do, then we'll still see some things happening. I think there are going to be some people who are going to say, let's go by the bill and still do some of the things that we're going to do. There are going to be some people going to take advantage and say, hey, we were spending this much money on that office and we ain't got no more money to spend on it. We're not going to worry about it anyway. You're going to get some of that at some of these places. And so, but I don't know where that is going to be. I don't know. You're probably going to find next year on those exceptions that we are making, somebody going to see that those are offended because they thought the bill stopped what the exception gives us the right to do, and somebody going to come back and want to file another piece of legislation to get rid of one of the exceptions as it comes around. I can see all of that happen. This is a slippery slope when you start putting some exceptions and people don't really understand in totality what it all means. And so I'm sure that when you get finished, and this bill is all over, that you'll be able to say, go to the press and say to the public, this is all what that bill does. And we can move forward with the state of Alabama and do good things. I would hope that that's what this bill does at the end. I really would. I want that for Alabama. I want Alabama to be a great state. You know, despite all of the history, both great history, negative history, I try to learn from that history. I don't let that history bog me down to say that I should not be the man that I am because of that history, okay? I was born in the 60s. I was born before the right to vote became that so precious thing for us, okay? I know people in my area that got killed for that right to vote. You know, I wasn't too far from Jimmy Lee Jackson, which was right next door in Perry County, who first got shot down because he was trying to protect his grandmother while they was trying to have the right to vote. I know that those people who went through those things, watched foot soldiers, you know, in my area, I did a 50th anniversary for those foot soldiers and honoring them in 13 for those 50 years that they've been doing it. And so in our area, they were sending them to camp. It wasn't necessarily jail because they have no jails big enough during those times to put all these people in. So they would just send them sometimes to gymnasium, locking the doors at schools, or put them inside a fence and have them inside the fence area and holding them there until people like Isaiah Billingsley and what my man out. Yeah, well, my lawyer out of Tuskegee, Fred Gray, and all of those lawyers would come by and bail people out of jail. And so I remember a gentleman by the name of Mr. Eugene Lau. Before he died, Eugene owned in the 1960s, he owned a barbershop, restaurant with a grocery store, and it was a brick building, you know, and he had a restaurant in, a beauty parlor, barbershop, and they would bomb his building. I first got my first job there as a shoe shine boy in his building, you know, working out the school, come up, clean up, and he gave me my very first job I could ever remember having outside of cutting somebody's lawn, you know. But Mr. Lyles would constantly get bombed, but Mr. Lyles was more like the money guy, that he kind of stayed in the background, so when people went to jail, he was able to go and bail them out. The money man didn't need to go to jail. We need the money man to go to jail, okay? We don't need him. So, but what they would do, they knew he was that dude, so they would go and bomb his building. They burned it 3 or 4 times. It still stands today. You know, it's a thriving business still in Greensboro. But he weathered through all of that, you know, just to be a black man in existence, you know, because his building looked way better than some of the white buildings downtown, businesses downtown, because he built him a brand new building. You bought the land downtown and built him a brand new building, had a basement in it where the grocery store was, and up on the top floor you had you had a barber shop, a little beauty salon, and a restaurant on top. And so that was a place where it was cool, where all the kids hung out, and all the black kids hung out of school, because we couldn't go in no other white restaurants at the time. We couldn't go there. So Mr. Lyles provided that place. And so I remember that as a kid. I can remember going to my hospital. It had a white entrance and a black entrance. And today those 2 doors are still there. One of them, they kind of, you could see where the door was. They kind of got one entrance now where everybody goes in. I remember having to go to the doctor to where we had to go in the back door to Dr. Ramey's or Dr. Singleton. There was a Dr. Singleton. We had to go in the back door to their office, and they had one black nurse that would come back there to see the black folk. But if somebody white came in the front door, then you were basically, even if you had a 2 o'clock appointment, you were pushed back until they got here. And we sometimes would sit there all day sick. But at least a doctor saw us, okay? He just had a back door for blacks. He had a white door for whites. I remember that as a kid, even before they was getting to have that right to vote. I remember that's how got me into politics. I remember sitting in those meetings when grown folk was trying to strategize on how we gonna fight for right to vote. I used to get on my little bicycle ride and take flyers around in the community and let people know that there was gonna be community meetings. I did that as a kid. And so I saw that front row. And so that's why I have this passion, because I've seen where people have come from, but I know from how hard people work. That's why one of these, we talk about mediocrity and hard work, as if it's supposed to be a negative connotation, some people use it, but my people have a work history. We've worked for 400 years in free labor or more. So that's why when people start talking about them lazy folks, ain't lazy about us. We just damn tired. Excuse, I apologize. We just tired of working for that same old price. We ain't lazy. We just tired of working for nothing. Then people want to tell us that we lazy. You just want welfare, you want food. You created that. We didn't. People who got on welfare and food stamps were making way more welfare and food stamps than they were working in your fields. So that's why they took it. And you have more white folks on welfare and food stamps than you had black folks, but it looked like a black program when you start talking about it. It wasn't just for us. Right now in this state right now, there are more whites on welfare, there are more whites on food stamp than there are blacks. But when you start looking at those programs, everybody first associate those with people of color. Entitlement. Farmers can get away with entitlements. I know I've on catfish farmers in my area, so it ain't gonna do much. If it rain too much, they get a check. If the sun stay hot and they get a drought, they get a check. I remember in the 1985 Farm Bill, they paid farmers $15,000 a month, not the row crop. 1985 Farm Bill. That's when they first came out in the 85 Farm Bill with aquaculture. That's when they started dropping the land in water. They used the same land that they were row cropping, soybeans. And so when the federal government came with that program under the 85 Farm Bill, they started dropping it into water. So they used the same land that they're getting $15,000 a month to not the row crop. Then they put water on it because there was no restriction. So then they had access to money to be able to build the pond. Black farmers didn't get that. I'm gonna tell you one thing, and catfish really started out of my county, Hale and Perry counties, in Greene counties, over here. That's why we probably got more catfish ponds, you know, the industry call us a catfish capital, right? So the industry started sinking out, but I remember a good friend of mine, he used to work at the catfish place. So what they would do is they would go and catch a catfish, right? They would take him to the catfish little market, and you had one guy who would sit there. Microwaves were just coming out good. They would take that catfish, cut a piece off, put him in the microwave, take him out, taste him. That'll let you know whether he was on flavor or off flavor. If he was on flavor, they would go out and harvest your catfish, bring it in, you could sell it, you made your money for your harvest, right? If you're off flavor, they tell you, well, you got to go back and add some more, you know, nitro, sodium, iodine, whatever they're going to do to your water to get your catfish to the point to where you need to get it, all right? Well, black catfish farmers, fish were never on flavor, never on flavor. And I remember there was this white farmer who said to his black neighbor, I know what you do for your fish. I see how you take care of your fish. You do much and more exceedingly than what I do. You can't get your fish sold. He told the man, he said, he went up there and told him, I got some fish I need y'all to come and get. They were out there the next day on the same pond that they just said, off flavor, but the white gentleman sold it under his name versus the black guy. And my friend used to tell me, so they used to be told to put, if a black farmer wanted his picked up, they would have to put theirs in pencil. All the white farmers were written in ink, so they could always erase the black farmer out, and they'll call him back and say, well, we can't come and get you this week because we somewhere else. Now he've gotten everything ready to harvest, got it all up. You know, now he's just feeding for nothing, because when the fish gets so big, it doesn't sell. The quality of the fish in terms, it had to be that pound and a half, using that sweet spot right? That's where you made your money at. At that time, they probably selling like $1 a pound, something like that, 85 cents, 50 cents. So they were making a lot because they could have a lot of fish in a pond. So you selling in that sweet spot, but if your fish got this big, you would think the bigger it is, you would get more money. They start to cut down on you because they can only sell that in steaks now. They can't do the fillets like they wanted to at the market value that they wanted to and be able to get it out. We had to go through all that. This was in the 80s, in the 90s, okay? This was just then. I look around sometimes when that amendment that we just took down helped us out with state agencies, right? To where we keep boards and people on commission, we can keep them there, and those people they can still appoint African Americans to board, have diversity on the board without feeling like we are violating this bill. That's what that amendment did, and that was a great amendment. Because the thing about it is that what's important for that to happen is that when we start looking at appointing authorities, just like we said, lieutenant governor, the governor, whomever may have these appointing authorities, but when you put the language in there and say that you must do it based on the geographic race and diversity of the state, they all think somebody else is going to do it, and what you end up is a bunch of white men on a board because nobody thought to do it. We've several times had to go back. I remember the Marijuana Commission, when it first came up. I walked into the Marijuana Commission, and when I went into the commission meeting, we had made sure that we got the amendment on there to make sure that we get African Americans on that board. When I went in there, it was probably 30 white men sitting around the table. And I'm like, God, where did that happen at? How did we get there? And so that's the kind of stuff that you get when you trying to get people to do, because understandably, people just do what they think that they're used to, and inclusion is what we need in this state. We need to be inclusive. We need to get people working together in this state so we have more and different mindsets of people are being able to think about things differently and see it from different angles and colors. How will we bring it? That's what we do. That's what makes us a better state. That's what makes us a better people. And so I think that this is a good amendment here. And I appreciate the gentleman for accepting it. And we'll go on and vote on this amendment. Okay?
And Senator Singleton, I'd just say I'd urge the members to vote yes on this amendment.
Mr. President, I move for the adoption of the Singleton Amendment using the long roll.
Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Allen, Mr. Barfoot, Mr. Beasley, Mr. Bell, Mr. Butler, Mr. Carnley, Mr. Chambliss, Mr. Chasteen, Ms. Coleman, Ms. Coleman Madison, Mr. Elliott, Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Reed, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The Singleton Amendment is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. See my colleague across the way, I think you've got some, another amendment that has a couple of changes, and this is an amendment with the agreed upon changes that we discussed a few minutes ago. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Senator Secretary will read and receive the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 129 by Senator Singleton. Replace line 57 on page 3 with the following. Replace line 85 on page 4 with the following.
Senator Singleton.
Replace line 87 on page 4 with the following. Replace line 124 on page 5 with the following. Replace line 198 on page 8 with the following.
Senator Singleton.
So as I understand, this amendment encompasses several changes. As I said before, we had talked, and I think, you know, that's fine. The part that Senator Singleton just said, I was going to commend him on, because I think when we work together, we are stronger. And I do think that that's true. I think these are some good changes that we talked about. I think there were some unintended consequences involving Title IX that we certainly didn't want to affect. There was, Senator, I'll let you kind of go through here and highlight the changes that we've talked about.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Singleton.
Yes. In this bill on replace line 57 on 3 following adversely treated because of their race, color, religion, we only add the word sex in here because sex had been left out. It had been used in all the other terms, so this is, sex was added there. Line 85 on 4, the following attendance. This is where we talk about attendance. The word participation was there, and we substituted out participation for attendance, okay? And on line 87 on page 4, the following, or the otherwise violates this act, the term does not include programs, classes, training, seminars, or other events that are necessary to comply with applicable state law, federal law, or a court order. That's the Title IX piece. For women's sports is basically there, and it's directly nothing but women's sports, so you can continue to have your women's sports in the state schools. Money can support that, and because of some of that has been set up by court order, we're making sure that we don't disturb that. And replace line 124 on page 5 with the following: purpose prohibited in this act, provided that such funding may be provided to students, faculty, or staff organizations or associations. That's the ability to be able to have your SGAs to do functions, your fraternities, sororities, your Black Greeks, and all continue to do the work that they do on campus without being threatened that they can't operate and hold those programs, okay? And that's what that do, continue to allow private money to flow to them also, in case a fraternity brother want to donate to the fraternity house, they can still do that without feeling that they can't do it because of where the money may be coming from. So that's an explanation of those 3. And again, I want to thank you for accepting those and the willingness to see where we were coming from in terms of how it makes this bill, I think, a little bit better, so that we can have inclusion of people participating and not feel threatened that they are going to lose their programs.
Let me add one. Thank you for your kind words. Let me add on the second page there, I didn't hear.
Oh, I understood the second page. You're right. I apologize. Yeah, and on the second page, line 198, page 8, the following: none of these protected tenants conflict with this act. And number 10, may be construed to affect or limit the activities in the Alabama Office of Minority Affairs. We thought that may affect the governor's cabinet piece, and because it has state dollars going into it, and they are looking at particular programs that deal with minorities across the state, we didn't want that to affect that, and I really appreciate that. Even though we thought it may not, but this is just the splinters and the belts on it to make sure that it doesn't happen. No one can interpret that it does. We at least did that much about it.
Security to make sure that it doesn't affect something, even if we thought it didn't.
Yes.
And I want to say, without mentioning names, that the attorney that you've got working for you.
Yes, sir.
with you, top notch.
It's a bad chick.
Top notch.
Without a doubt. You know, and we even thought it may even affect our office also, her job or others, because it's an Office of Minority Affairs. When you look at it off the surface, you could throw all of that in the soup bowl until you started pulling it out to make sure that that's not what's happening, because those are, if it had, those would have been the unintended consequences that you didn't want to see in this bill.
Right.
Okay? And then I appreciate that. And so I think that we've done what I think in terms of a lot of these unintended consequences. Now, we're going to adopt this one at the time that we do it, but there are a couple of other ones, and I think that we want to get up here, members want to come and talk about them, explain them, and we'll ask for an up or down vote on them. You know, I think they make the bill better. However, you know, you and your co-author downstairs have to agree, and I don't know what the gentleman ever said about that question I asked you to ask him, but what we will do is bring an amendment on it, and we will talk about it and say why we think that it should be out, and let the body then determine whether or not it is something that we can move forward with or not, if that's okay with the
And you're moving for, to adopt this amendment now, is that?
Yeah, I'm going to move to adopt this amendment now, using the long roll.
And I would encourage the members to vote yes on this amendment.
Thank you.
Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot.
Aye.
Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell.
Got all mine on.
Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton.
My name and you voted aye?
Mr.
I know I
Smitherman.
did.
Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The second Singleton Amendment is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator. I'm gonna, Senator, other members of my party wants to come over and talk about it, but before I go, I also want you to know that while I have a bad attorney that you see on the surface, but I have another bad one on the underground that does all of my research and makes sure that everything gets also, so I don't want to slight Ms. Hunter also. So while I got the one bad on the surface, I got one underground also. So I'll go to yield to the gentlelady from Jefferson.
Thank you to Leader Daniels. Leader Daniels, Lord have mercy. I think I'm still in the House of Representatives. Leader Singleton, Leader Singleton, Leader Singleton.
Senator Coleman, you're recognized.
I know, Lord, thank you. I've been hearing that other name so much in another realm. So I've been waiting all day today, actually, to talk with you. We got a chance to talk a little bit yesterday on this bill, and I too was a little dismayed at the quickness. You know, I'm a new member of the Senate, but I've been around for a long time, and you have a bill that's introduced. You know, a day, the next day it ends up being in committee, and then we don't even get it for our committee until 4 o'clock or so that night. I mean, my phone started just going crazy Tuesday night, just from advocacy groups, from folks that wanted to have the opportunity to have a public hearing and talk about this this piece of legislation. And of course, as Senator Singleton has already said, initially there was no public hearing called on the bill. And so I believe that had that public hearing been set, I mean, the room was packed, but we would have had 2 rooms full of folks that would have come down to testify against this piece of legislation. And it was even crazy. Again, I'm a new member to the Senate. And so how the bills are actually put into the committee, I'm still confused by. You know, I serve on county and municipal government, but also state government. And I thought maybe the bill should have probably either been in judiciary or in state government, and didn't understand why in county and municipal government, we ended up with this piece of legislation that was gonna have sweeping impact, especially to our state institutions. And so, but it looks like that particular committee has been kind of the hotbed of divisive concepts. We've had so many different ones to come in that committee. Someone was asking me earlier, you know, how has it been for you this session, and also doing the other thing that I'm doing? And you know, it has been so emotionally draining at the Senate level because of the types of legislation that have come forward this session, at the beginning of the session. So on that same committee where we got your bill, and I'm going to talk about this amendment in just a second, we also had SB1, and SB1, you know, when it has that number 1 for folks that are listening, that's something else. When you get 1 through 10, generally that is an agenda item for the majority party, and SB1, with it being number 1, definitely something that somebody wanted to pass. And, you know, I talked about that bill, I think, I don't know, 2 or 3 years in a row when we've had a version of that piece of legislation. And again, I'm going to talk about your amendment, but just want to talk a little bit about this amendment, but I want to talk a little bit about this particular committee and all of the things that have been coming up in this particular committee, county and municipal government. So Senate Bill 1, I actually served on former Secretary of State John Merrill appointed me, and Leader Singleton, he was on it as well, to, I think it was called the Voter Fraud Reform Task Force. I think that's what it was called, Voter Fraud Reform Task Force. And when John called me, and John's a friend. We actually were elected together in 2002. We're a part of the same freshman class on the House side, so we've known each other for many years. Enjoyed serving with him. He would always give me the respect on the House floor. He didn't want me to talk on his stuff. He would come to my desk and say, let's talk a little bit about my bill that I have. If you have any issues, can we talk about it in advance? I got a chance to talk a little bit more, but I'm gonna take my time today to talk. And so when he called me to be on this committee, I said, you know, I don't mind about serving on the committee. I mean, it's something that I would serve on because I would want my voice to be heard on it. But what I don't want to happen, if I'm a part of it, is that all of the national dialogue that is going on with a supposedly stolen election that didn't happen, I don't want that to end up being what we're talking about solely on this committee. He assured me, and he was right. He assured me. He said that is not it. That's not what we're doing. We really want to look at if indeed there is voter fraud in the state of Alabama, where it's happening, and what is some legislation that we can sponsor collectively, because it was a bipartisan a committee. This particular committee not only had legislators on it, we had the ACLU and the Eagle Forum on it. So you got to think about, you know, the dynamics of those two different organizations that were a part of this. You know, I was honored to serve also with probate. Judge Tatum was on it. We also had John England on it. You know, I grew up in awe of former Alabama Supreme Court Justice John England, and of course served with his son, Chris England, downstairs, and his daughter, April, and I have been friends many, many years. We went to high school together. She graduated a year before I did, but have just grew up, you know, with so much respect for him. And so he was a part of that task force as well. Matter of fact, one time I was in Tuscaloosa, in court in Tuscaloosa. So I just happened to go by Judge England's court just to say hello. And he stopped the whole proceed. He said, "Hey, look, this is a state representative at this time." I mean, she went to Central High School. I've known her forever. So and I had to go talk to the folks that were waiting for their turn to come up. But just love him. He was a part of that task force and added so much to it. But what do we find out with it? Because remember, there were circuit clerks that were involved as well. What do we find out? We found out was that there were some cases of what we call voter fraud, but most of it happened at the absentee level, but at the local level. We didn't have anything where we talked about ballot harvesting, where people were just sending people ballots pre-filled out, or somebody showing up at people's doors with their ballots already filled out. That never came up. They talked about a case actually that I was very well aware of in my own district in the city of Brighton. We had a young guy who ran for mayor there, and he said that he was trying to help out disadvantaged voters. That's what he called them. And the Secretary of State's office we worked together on that. Even when he was talking about he was making phone calls trying to see if it was okay. They told him, "You cannot do that." So that was one of the cases. He actually was removed from office. But we had a bill like that also in the ballot harvesting in county municipal government. Again, the same committee where this bill came up in. So that to me, county municipal government has become really the divisive concepts type of committee. Never thought that those would be the types of bills that I would see in county and municipal government at all. But that original version of the bill, like I said, I think I've seen it 3 years in a row, and the current Secretary of State I actually sponsored the legislation before he was elected statewide, and I talked to him personally. I said, talk to the committee. I said, you serve on judiciary on the House side, and so my question over and over again was, because they had in the original version of the bill, there were degrees of kinship in it. And so, my grandmother has passed on, but her sisters, still alive, my great aunts, love them to death. My aunt, Olivia Bazale, people that have been here, I think Olivia Bazale is famous now. I have mentioned her name so many times. She even calls me sometime to tell me that she either heard I spoke about her or I had a picture of her on Facebook. But so, on the original version of the bill, if I helped Aunt Olivia with her absentee ballot, and if I put her name down for it, I would be considered pre-filling it out. And then if her niece, if she said to me, "Hey, baby, let me give you $2 or $5 or whatever for your time and your gas," both of us, under the original version of the bill, could risk being convicted of a felony. My great aunt helping her out, and she offers her great niece $2. Something was wrong with that. And my dad is a disabled vet, wheelchair bound, part of my nucleus family. I never say he lives with us. We live together. Active member of our family, served 22 years in the United States Air Force. And because of his time in Saudi Arabia, Desert Storm 1 is the reason that he is in a wheelchair now. And so he had the opportunity during COVID to do curbside voting. All of that stuff eliminated, all of those things that made it easier for people to vote for whatever reason, there are folks on your side of the aisle that want to make it harder for people to vote. So Senate Bill 1, again, another one of those bills that came up in the Divisive Concept County and Municipal Government Committee. All of these bills, I mean, beginning of the session, I have to deal with that. And I'm talking about emotionally. I know sometimes when people look at the pieces of legislation, to them, it's just words on a piece of paper. But for some of us, we are emotionally attached to these things. For some of us, there's a whole bunch of folks in the state of Alabama that are counting on us to stand up against these issues. And we don't sleep at night because we already know what's going to happen. And it is emotionally draining to know that you stand in a body with folks who say they're your friends, you know, love on us, you know, kiss us, hug us, all of those things, but then continue to sponsor legislation that is truly indeed divisive, that impacts not only the African American community, but other communities of color, and in some situations, women and trans women as well. So all of these different pieces of divisive legislation at the beginning of the session. So when folks ask me again, it has been emotionally draining. This session has been very emotionally draining. To have a bill also in the divisive, you know, concepts committee, county and municipal government, when we want to take away or we want to change how we're appointing folks to library boards because of this national agenda where, I mean, I almost feel like, you know, we're already gone back where we're going to be burning books out in front of libraries pretty soon. First person, I'm trying to see if he's actually in the chamber now. I don't see him. I was looking for Senator Allen. I say he peaked before his time when we served in the House together. He was the first person I actually saw that brought one of those bills, and it was killed easily killed. That bill back then, I think it was, we had to remove every book out of the library that had any reference to homosexuality. I mean, that's all the classics. Shakespeare, there's a whole bunch of them that we would remove for people's, I guess, their personal opinions. And I used to think that the Republican Party was the party that wanted less government involvement in people's everyday lives. And the party now has become more involved when it comes to issues that you all care about. But these are the things that we've had to deal with emotionally this entire session. Library bill. I had a woman in this divisive concepts committee, county and municipal government, when we had the bill on archives and history. Do amazing work, bringing in grant dollars, doing all kinds of things with archives and history, preserving the history of the state. And because somebody didn't like a program, that was not even a program that was commissioned by them. It wasn't something that there was an outside group. And I just don't think as legislators, we should bully folks. And that's how I felt that day. And so to have folks come to me afterwards crying, because they're thinking that when they come to the legislature and in a public hearing and you hear real facts and hear real credentials of people, that it will make a difference. And that day, folks felt as if their voices were not heard. And I know how that feels too. I know exactly how that feels. I would never want to be that person to where people come, they pour out their hearts, they share their credentials, the work that they've done, and then folks still say, well, I don't care. I don't care what you've done. I don't like because you had this program. That's just not who we ought to be as lawmakers. That just should not be who we are. I I've never used this position to settle a score. And that's happening over and over and over again. To settle a score. This position, I feel privileged to be able to serve a constituency. And my goal is to sponsor legislation and pass legislation that helps those folks, not to use it to settle a score. That's just not who we should be. And then I see that every week now in that committee, county and municipal government, this divisive concept committee now, I'm seeing the same faces, the same disadvantaged group, and it's supposed to be like federally protected groups of people, all of these folks, the same group of people that are coming to testify against these divisive bills. Some of those same people that testified yesterday, same ones that testified in archives and history, same one that testified in the library issue, same ones that testified at SB 1. But what I will say, the silver lining in all of that is, what people are noticing is that they're gonna have to come together collectively on lots of different issues to support each other. Because if you're not the target today, you may be the target tomorrow. So if you're, a LGBTQ plus activist, ally, or member, you might want to also help the Black and brown people. I mean, if you're the Black and brown folks and vice versa. And so that's the silver lining to me. I mean, if you're young people, that was the other thing. There were students that testified, especially on this particular piece of legislation. There was great testimony on how, and it was a I'm gonna use a term because it was used yesterday and someone got offended by it, but it's not an offensive term. So there was a non-melanated person who gave a testimony for a student at UAB who could not be there, that had sent written comments. And in the written comments, the student was talked about how his or her life, I can't remember if the person was male or female or how the person identified, but how their life had been enriched by going to these multicultural types of programmings, and that how welcome they felt. They didn't feel dehumanized, which was another word that was used by one of the speakers, but how their life was enriched. Coleman Madison just talked so eloquently also about the economic development impact that this could have. I talked a little bit more about my personal experience. She also honed in on what normally is a very nonpartisan issue, economic development. Like, what message are we sending with this piece of legislation to future businesses that we're trying to recruit? What message are we sending to current foreign businesses that reside in the state of Alabama when we have this piece of legislation before us? And that's something we need to think about. One of the first stories that came out, yesterday was from, and I sent it to you, I wanted to share it with you yesterday, from the mayor of Birmingham, Randall Woodfin, who said that if this piece of legislation passes, and I didn't read the full article, I mean, I don't know everything that was said in it, but he said that if someone asked him, he would encourage, recruits to the University of Alabama, and I don't know if he mentioned any other schools, to not come to the state of Alabama. Because this is Marika Coleman words now, it gives a perception that they're not welcome here in the state. It gives a perception that communities of color are not welcome here in the state of Alabama. It gives the perception that we're not seen as equal here in the state of Alabama. And so for purely selfish reasons, if you're somebody that cares about Alabama, Auburn football, Troy football, Alabama State, Alabama A&M, other places, because there are, I mean, even those HBCUs, have other entities that will come, foreigners that are recruited also. I have non-melanated, I still teach non-melanated recruits that also come to the HBCU, but you gotta think about that even for purely, so if that's your thing, right? If that's the thing that moves you, that there are people from more progressive areas, because right now we're looking not progressive at all in any form or fashion when we say that we can't even have, diversity, equity, and inclusion programming if state funds are involved at all. And so it sends a message, and I don't think that's the gentleman's intent, but that's the message that the whole saying, perception is reality. That's the message that's being sent. I spoke late last night to, I was actually talking to a friend of mine last night about a whole nother issue, late, 10:30, almost 11 last night, and his wife actually is a DEI, she's an expert. People hire her all over, and we had a lengthy conversation, much longer than I intended. Really wish she would have been able to come to testify had we known that there were going to be a public hearing on yesterday, just to really explain what DEI is. And, I don't know, if my colleagues even asked the question about how many people actually have gone through a DEI training to be able to see what it is that has become the boogeyman to folks. Like, what is the training all about? I actually went through it myself. I went through not only training, but I went through, it was a free one. Went through a certification process. And I think it would be beneficial for folks to go through some type of DEI training or take a class, just to understand some of the levels of microaggressions from anybody that you may not even know that you're offending somebody, but maybe because of the way you were raised or whatever it is. But there are some things that can be said to communities of color and other folks, women, disabled. I mean, because I'm trying to think what I said. There was a new phrase, I didn't say it right, whatever it was, and I offended someone that I did not mean to, that was disabled, but I didn't use the terminology correctly. Even when I'm talking to my friends that are members of the LGBTQ plus community, as an ally, I want to make sure that I am not offending and not using the wrong pronouns, because I'm a true ally. I don't want to do that. And some of that training helps. I told a story yesterday. I won't call the governor's name again today, but I did yesterday. Many years ago, we were going through the tax reform debate. There was the huge referendum that one of the governors attempted with a sweeping tax reform. So I go talk to the guys. I don't remember how many years ago this was, but I was like, I know I was a young whippersnapper at the time. So I go meet with the governor, and the governor says to me as I'm, talking about, I thought the package was too big. So I was talking about how I felt like we gotta maybe siphoned out some things, and I'm just talking, and if you know me long enough now, I talk with my hands, all the stuff. I get passionate, I get loud, and all of that. And so the governor actually says to me, "You are so articulate." And he mentioned two people. He mentioned I was articulate, and the congressman for the 7th Congressional District at the time was Archer Davis. So he mentioned the two of us were articulate. And so I told him at that point that was offensive. And he truly was not, that was not his intent. When you can feel the spirit of a person, it was not his intent. And he said to me, I thought it was a compliment. I said, but how many white people have you told that they're articulate? So when you do that, the message that you're sending is that me, as a black woman, do not have the ability to speak the King's English. I mean, we don't go around just telling white folks you're articulate. That only happens to communities of color. Matter of fact, former Congressman Davis and I had that conversation about how many people told him how articulate he was. Yeah, I feel like I feel like there might have even been a news article about it because it was happening to him. So don't quote me on that one. I remember he and I having that discussion about that. I don't know how people feel about him today. I'm sure that he's still a great orator. But at that time, you know, coming up, he was just getting that comment over and over again. And it's offensive. He didn't know. But the training helps if you know some of the things that are offensive to folks. I had something that happened right after I finished my DEI training on the House. And I think that day I probably used every DEI phrase that day because of something that happened with a brand new member who came in a special election. I'm told she actually blames me, although I didn't have the power. She blames me. I'm told she's running for office again right now, but I'm told that she thought I had something to do with why during redistricting that her district ended up being a district that ended up leaning Democrat. I'm not a part of the majority party. I did not have anything to do with that. And plus, at the time I was running for the Senate, I didn't even get a chance to see my own map. Those of us that were running for, because I used to represent House District 57, I didn't get a chance to influence how that map looked because they said it wouldn't be fair. You know, because you have somebody else coming, and I didn't even get a chance to, I tried to sneak a look too. Senate District 19, they wouldn't even let me come in and see what it looked like. So, but the beautiful thing about it though, it ended up being a beautiful district. It's almost like they took my House district and just drew all around it. It was like the core of it. So it ended up still being a good district. But, you know, those kind of microaggressions happen to women. That happened to me from another one, but it happens to women all the time. I mean, if I could get $5 for every time a microaggression happened to me as a woman in this body, meaning the full legislative body, I have some good money. That's some good campaign money right now. If I had for over 20, almost 22 years, the numbers of time that it's happened, I could have some good money. More times as a woman than as an African American in this body. I was in a committee one day. I'm a senior member of this committee. This hadn't happened on the Senate level at all. Because even my chairman for in county and municipal government in the, you know, divisive concept committee, he gets up, I can see him get red faced because y'all know I talk a whole lot. And I don't get a chance to do it as much here on the microphone, so I do it in the committee. That's where I get to filibuster and do all my stuff there. But you know what? It happens though. It's not like I'm gabbled down or any of that. It didn't happen. I mean, I just talk. But I was in a committee and I was talking. I was the only female on the committee. That was it. I was it. And don't remember the issue. And it wasn't even the chairman of the committee. It was the vice chairman of the committee. Every time I started talking, he would cut me off. So I just started paying attention. He didn't do it to the men on the committee, but he only did it to me. So when we talk about DEI training, that particular member needed that training. But when I pointed it out to him. He didn't even realize he was doing it. Had no apologized. Matter of fact, not only he apologized publicly, right there in the committee, because I kind of said it to him. He apologized right there in the committee. Didn't realize he was doing it. But that's where that training comes in by some of those that was to me was not even a microaggression. That was just an outright one. But it was not his intention. So that's why we need to have this level of training so folks can, just so we can live in a civilized society. If you don't want to harm folks, you know, on purpose, those of us that care about our brothers and sisters, I want to make sure that I'm not one of those folks that, you know, on accident. And that's why the training is needed. And it's just unfortunate that the national agenda, I used to brag about the state of Alabama. I did. So 2020, we passed unanimously my bill downstairs. My bill and Mac McCutcheons was my lead co-sponsor downstairs. Senator Smither was the lead sponsor up here. And, I can't remember who the lead co-sponsor was on our removing racist language. You were the lead sponsor. Who was our lead co-sponsor here in the Senate? I just can't think. Was it Dale? I can't remember. But it was bipartisan. And so we passed that unanimously. Every Democrat, every Republican, every man, every woman, and since we only have black and white folks here, we don't have any other really racial diversities that I know of. Every white person, every black person voted for the measure to remove the racist language from the Alabama State Constitution. That first we had to do that to get it on the ballot. We then passed it by almost 80%, 74, 75% with the state of Alabama. We did that in 2020. Now, when you all when I'm saying you all, I'm talking figuratively, you know what I mean, right? I had to do like my colleague does to clarify what I mean. So in 2020, people, after, when folks were at home and during lockdown and people watched that video of George Floyd being murdered, everybody was woke then. I don't know, now all of a sudden it's a bad word, but everybody was woke. I had Republicans so I went through so much in 2020, I actually forgot about the 2019 passing the bill, and then that in 2020 that was gonna be on the ballot. I had a reporter to call me when it was gonna be on the ballot, and then when we ended up putting the committee together, I had Republicans calling, asking to serve on that joint committee, asking to serve. So everybody was woke in 2020. And then all of a sudden, the tide changed. Because then that's when a whole lot of DEI programs were established, lots of large corporations, after lockdown or during lockdown, when everybody was watching those things, Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, others. All of those corporations, then they were woke too. Everybody was woke. And woke is, I don't know who has made it a bad term, but if woke simply is, I want to make sure that all Americans have the same opportunities, what's wrong with that? I don't get it. Because that's all DEI is. That's all the programs are. Teaching some of those sensitivities, making sure that we don't do the things to each other. Like yesterday, I still maintain that when my colleague said unmelanated, that was not offensive. But maybe a trainee might have said that it is. I don't know. But that's why we need to go through, or these entities, especially these public institutions that are getting tax dollars. And the tax dollars come from all Alabamians, not just white male Christians, not just those, all Alabamians. And so that's why we need these types of programs. And I promise you I'm gonna get to this amendment that I have, but again, so many different pieces of legislation that have come forward in that divisive concepts committee. That's what it's become. And again, emotionally draining for those of us that have had to endure that with our supposed friends. And to have to explain that. Somebody that I had that was a guest of mine yesterday in the committee, I was waiting for her afterwards and trying to figure out what in the world was taking her so long. And who it was some of the family members, Steve Perkins, who was killed by police up in Huntsville while on his, at home, with the mix-up on a repo for his vehicle. So his brother was here, some other family members, his wife will come. We're gonna get his wife here as well. And so I was trying to figure out what in the world was taking her so long. And so actually my whole day yesterday was supposed to be getting a chance to spend time with the family because of the body cam legislation that I've sponsored. They wanted to meet with me, wanted to see how this process worked. We invited them, and they were here. But then when your bill came up at 4 o'clock the day before, I originally had told Tiffany we may need to cancel, and then I said, no, we're not going to cancel. We'll let them come on. And they came on and they spent the time that we were supposed to fellowship about body cam and actually what happened to Stephen and us to really talk about strategy. They spent the time in the Divisive Concepts Committee, County and Municipal Government, watching the public hearing. But it was education for them. Now, I told them prior to, you're going to get a chance today to see the challenges that we go through in the minority in the Alabama Senate. So I was waiting. I was like, what in the world is going on? Because I had told Tiffany was going to come and get them. And I said, no, I'll let them walk downstairs with me to go down the back way. Do you know that I didn't even know, nobody told me that it was a back way, like the back entrance to go up the back way. I was going all the way, walking all the way around on the 7th floor, going to the elevators that are right before the chamber, going up those elevators, and then, walking back around to the committee room. And I didn't know that right on my office, because when you're a freshman, they put you in the offices all the way to the back of the room, with the back of the bus, all the way to the back. Well, no, the minority leader has chosen his office all the way back, but I got put there. But it's right there. It is a good office, though, because it's right by the break room, right by the elevators, right by the restrooms, but it's also right by those back stairs. And I didn't know that it was a back way, the back room, the back way to go all the way upstairs. Right? And didn't know it. I think it might have been Coleman Madison that was asking me one day, like, where I was going. I'm like, I'm getting ready to go to committee. And she's like, why are you going that way when you could just go this way? And so finally, don't make assumptions about what we know as new members. And so I got a chance. So so I was trying to figure out, like, I told Tiffany I was going to bring them down with me. I said, what is going on with her? And she finally came out. She told me that she wanted to have a discussion with you. I didn't get a chance to ask you about it. She said she wanted to have a discussion with you about the legislation. And so it hit her hard to be in that committee room, and especially to hear the testimony that was there in the committee room. And then for us to still or the committee to take the vote the way that it went. But I'm telling you, this entire session in that Divisive Concept Committee, County and Municipal Government, we've had several of these public hearings where the majority of the people that come are speaking against the legislation. I think SB 1, it was, I might be wrong, but it was one bill, it was 12-1. I can't remember which one it was. And still the committee supported the legislation, so that could have been SB 1, that could have been the library, that could have been, I think it was Archives and History was the 12-1, only one person. Because I know on SB 1, there were people that came in from all over the state. One of my sorority sisters, who is actually a plaintiff, she was a plaintiff in the case that now is the reason that we have the new 2nd Congressional District. She travels. She's a West Point grad, amazing young woman in law school right now. Boy, she is going to be something of a lawyer.
Is she from Montgomery?
No, she's from Mobile.
Okay.
She's from Mobile. And she drove up. So that's what I'm saying. She drove up, didn't get a chance to testify. She was quite upset about it. There were so many people here. And we actually, those of us that, I guess we thought everybody got a chance to speak. But there was a whole nother page of folks that were in the overflow room and they never got a chance to speak. So, the public comes and they, this is supposed to be a representative democracy where we make decisions based on what the public wants. And when people came from, folks' districts and said that where they were from, and then their representative or senator votes differently, that's hurtful. It makes you feel as if your voice is not counted. And so, but again, I know how that feels as a lawmaker. I'm pouring out my heart in committees. Oh my God, Senator Hatcher poured his heart out in committee. And if you listen to him on yesterday and you were not removed, you are not human. I don't know who you are. And then, but to hear that and still to vote this legislation out, the older I get, my emotions manifest differently. So there was a time that, and well, sometimes it still happens. Sometimes sadness comes out in anger, right? But the older that I get, I'm trying to kind of take control of how I react to things. I mean, I'm 50 years old now. You need to take control of that. I'm not a baby anymore. And so, so today, like this might even be a day where you could have seen me ranting and raving and arms throwed and all of that. But I want you to hear me today, really hear how hurtful it has been this entire session thus far with the types of pieces of legislation that have come up at the very beginning of this session. Now, we've had this one before. We've had other ones before. We normally get them like a little later on. We get a chance to have a few little kumbaya moments together to not mess up the entire session before they come up. And sometimes they don't come up until the end. Sometimes they never come up. But right here at the front of the session, I mean, I'm afraid that it's kind of set the pace and the tone for the rest of the session. And we had to kind of deal with all of the divisive concepts type legislation here at the beginning. And I don't know what the strategy was. If the strategy was, let's kind of get it out of the way, then by the time we go home for spring break, people will be feeling better when they come back. I don't know. And I don't know how the rest of the minority party will respond. I don't know. I only can talk about me right now. And I don't know. I mean, it's heavy. It's heavy to keep having these pieces of legislation. And it's not just the legislation themselves. It is the number of people who are counting on us, counting on me. I had someone text me today. I look at the text because I'm normally very, very optimistic. Very optimistic. So the person texted me and said, I would love to meet with you and some other folks about how to strategize for bipartisan support to, okay, so this is an educator. I don't know what this word, here, I just couldn't see it because I don't have my glasses on. So it says bipartisan support to denounce the anti-DEI bill. And normally, again, I'm eternally optimistic. So much so that I was, some years ago, I was at Miles College, and I'm always the one, for whatever reason, that people will call about international visitors. What can we do to set it up? So we set this up, and we had this delegation from Kenya, and it was the equivalent of our Congress that came to meet with us. I was going on and on about all of these issues and what I wanted to do in the state of Alabama, and one of the men referred to me as an idealist. An idealist, that's what he said. So in essence, he would say, you dreaming. None of that stuff is gonna happen. So normally I'm the eternal optimist, which is why I can walk around here and smile even in the face of adversity, because of my faith and my optimism. But I text this person back. I said, I love your optimism, but we will see what happens after this vote. That's what I said. Because you have people that still believe in democracy. They still believe that they matter, how they feel, their opinions matter, and that's generally me too. But when you get beat up and battered and bruised so many times on the issues that you care about, or sometimes when your issues don't get a chance to come up, I mean, it's hurtful, right? So, when you keep having those kinds of things to happen over and over again, it's emotionally heavy. So, but I didn't sway the person when I'm looking back. I just actually saw a text back. So it didn't sway the person. So I'm glad, and maybe some of that will rub off on me on this particular bill. But this is where I am optimistic, though, that the amendment that the minority leader offered, I think it was about 16 points, that going on the bill makes it not as bad. And the amendment that we passed yesterday in committee that I had and today makes it not as bad. And we really needed that amendment. We didn't really talk a whole lot about the amendment, but that amendment protected the bipartisan work that has been happening for many, many years on making sure that we diversify our boards and commissions in the state of Alabama, that they are reflective of what this state looks like. And again, we worked on that for many, many years. I mean, so I used to chair boards and commission. They would have to come before the committee. Howard Sandiford at the time was my vice chair, and also he was the chair of Sunset. That's at the time when whether you were the majority party or not, you still got a chance to chair committees. So he was in the minority party, but he chaired Sunset. But even since then, we've maintained that diversity language through the years to make sure that the boards and the commissions in the state of Alabama are reflective of what the state looks like. And so in the absence of the amendment that we put on yesterday and then we just passed as a body, we would have rolled back all of that work that had been happening for many years. And so it's good that that amendment got put on. What I tell people, I think I said this twice today. Someone asked just about being discouraged. And really my response is that today is a different day, because again, this is a real heavy day. But sometimes the role of the minority party, especially in a super minority the way that we are, is to get amendments on a piece of legislation to not make it as bad as it could have been, right? Make it, I don't want to say better, but when it like passes, it's not as bad as it could have been. And Senator Singleton and Senator Smitherman are amazing at working with the other side to make those things happen. And I really, really do appreciate their leadership on doing that. But that also, you got to have folks on the other side that are amenable as well. So, Pro Tem Reed and others also have been very amenable to some of those things. And so that's sometimes what the role ends up being of the minority, is getting amendments on so it's not as bad as it could have been. So I remember some years ago on what was called the riot bill, I refer to it as an anti-protest bill. My friend had it downstairs. And so the person that I mentioned yesterday, because when we say friend, we actually do mean it, but the person yesterday said that they didn't understand how we use the word friend, and then our friends sponsor legislation and vote on legislation that is harmful to us emotionally, but also to our communities and our districts. And so, but a friend had what he referred to as the anti-riot. I know there's like some other iterations of it now, but to me it was an anti-protest bill, an anti-First Amendment bill, to where people had the opportunity to, which is as American pie, for people in this country to be able to protest the government and decisions that government has made. That's as American pie. That's who we are as a country. We have, when I think about my sorority this past weekend, I was at my sorority, which was amazing. Over 1,000 women in Mobile at cluster of my sorority, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. And I got a chance to speak about the role of women in public policy. And my sorority, other sororities, many women's organizations were actively engaged in the women's suffrage movement. They marched for the right of women to vote. That's as American pie. For us to stand up against the government when the government is not doing what we want it to do. That's a freedom. Freedom of assembly. First Amendment right. And so my friend downstairs who had that bill, when we talk about trying to make things that are, you know, get amendments on to make it not as bad as it could have been, there was a whole section on that bill. I don't know what the bill looks like now. That's supposed to be the what they're calling the riot bill, but for me, it's the anti-protest bill. Oh. But there was a whole section in it that talked about defunding the police, which we kind of sort of didn't understand how that. There was a whole section, like I said, a whole section in there about people defunding the police, and in Alabama, people are not defunding the police. It's not happening. Right. And so, and I remember talking to the sponsor at the time, and I said, so the way that this is written, if one of my smaller cities wanted to shift money around, the way this is written, so say we have a county commissioner who has done a great job of getting free or gently used police cars, stuff of that nature, equipment. And so if that city wanted to shift funding from the police because they've gotten all of this equipment free, now you have a situation where that could be considered defunding the police, and they could lose all of their state funding, which is crazy. So a part of when we're, having to tackle these divisive concept types bills in the minority, part of what we do is getting amendments on or talking to the colleague to, kind of open eyes in many situations. That does happen. That might have been an unintended consequence. That's not what I meant for that piece of legislation. And so we get that amendment on. Thank you. So that's part of what we do on the minority side. And so we were able to talk on that whatever, I don't know how many years ago that bill was, because there was some craziness in that bill to where if you had, I think it was 5 people gathered, you could, something about, now I might be mixing up the gang bill, but in this one right here, it was something about 5 people or so. To if you were congregated together, it was almost like a stop and frisk kind of thing where they just had the ability to stop you. And I mean, all I kept thinking about was, my own children that were college age at the time too. And I got a daughter that's more of an activist type. She's kind of following in mama's footsteps. Very excited about that. But my son, no, He will help and work on a campaign side if that's what we need, but he has no interest in kind of the political stuff. But say he did, and he was with 4 of his friends, and he's a beautiful young man. He's mine, beautiful young man, and he has these dreads in his hair. But to somebody, he didn't look like the beautiful person that he is, who is one of the sweetest people with the biggest heart. One of the reasons that I'm able to serve in the capacity that I'm in, one of the reasons I've, have a rental home here in Montgomery, spend a lot of time here now with that other thing that I'm doing, because my son really is doing a lot of caretaking that I would have done. Just an amazing young man, very proud of, I'm not a crybaby, but I'm tearing up talking about my son right now and the way that he's been able to help and support while my daughter and I are doing what we're doing here in Montgomery. But to somebody, because he didn't really, I don't know what you call, he didn't really sag. He just wears clothes too big to me sometimes, or too tight. Sometimes he'll have the skinny jeans on. But to somebody, with him as an African-American young man, and now he put I hate that he did it, but he put a ring in he has a nose ring now, has his dreads. To somebody, he looks like a thug. To somebody. So he didn't look like my baby to somebody. And he's 23, but he will always be my baby. And so I was thinking about, with those types of divisive concepts, pieces of legislation, like what we're talking about today, if my son and 4 of his buddies, and he's got a group of buddies that they have been tight since they were in the 8th grade. Those guys hanging tight. Even the parents, I mean, they you know, when our guys became friends in the 8th grade, you know, we had to talk to make sure somebody says they're spending the night at one person's house, just making sure that our boys were where our boys were supposed to be. So he has a great network. Let's say they, you know, decided, you know, they were the 5 of them together under that original version of that anti-protest bill. Those guys could have been detained. And then, you know what, again, in the minority, being able to work with folks and bring those kinds of situations out, that's kind of what we do on the minority side right now. But again, it's been a heavy session. I mean, it's been real heavy, very heavy. Some of the challenges that I had with the actual bill were I just felt like the definitions were not as clear as or tight as they could have been. I felt like there was a section that was in direct conflict with each other, and I'm saying it, I don't even have a bill in front of me right now, but there's a section in there that talks about the DEI program and all of that. You can't use any state funds, and I mentioned this yesterday, and I think Coleman Madison might have mentioned it too. But then there's another section that also eliminates the ability to, so you couldn't use state funds over here, but then there was another section, you know what section I'm talking about? We talked about yesterday that I guess he said, I'm not gonna help you with your filibuster, but there was another section of the bill that talks about not being able to use federal, state, or local funds. And so I'm like, where they coming from then? I guess so every DEI program and programming would have to be completely private money. Even when an institution or someone, I know I was really worried about what was going to happen to the Office of Minority Affairs for the state of Alabama, but I think our amendment cleared that up. And so if any state funds were used for that. So I thought that there were some sections where the bill was in conflict with each other. And my amendment actually, I think clears up what I believe. Can somebody give me a copy of the bill? I'm looking back and I don't see one person. The interns are tied up and everything. They're holding court in the back right now hearing, I'm sure thank you so much, some great information from my freshman class friend over there, Senator Stewart. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I really do. So that section, where is it at? All right. Okay, that's on the research portion. I'm looking for that portion. So that's the research part. So good God Almighty, we can't even perform research.
I think that provision that you're looking at would be.
I'm on section 4 right now. That just popped like that came off the page to me when I was looking for that other section.
You know, that section 4, though, is nothing in this act prohibits.
The teaching of topics and historical events in historical accurate context is number 4. But then it goes right after that and says, oh, okay, hold on. Does it say it doesn't prohibit an institution of higher learning from performing research?
That's
okay,
correct, yeah.
All right. Where is that section I'm looking for? And you know where it's at because we talked about it yesterday. You just don't want to help me right now while I'm trying to. Oh, okay, so here it is. All right, so it actually starts with line 21 on page 5. Authorize or expand funding or apply for or accept a grant, federal funding or private funding for the purpose of compelling assent to any divisive concept or any other purpose prohibited in the act. And we did talk a little bit about that because I'm still trying to figure out who is doing this compelling. I mean, even, you know, again, I taught for many years in an institution of higher learning, you know, been a part of all kinds of, you know, organizations, you know, as a member of faculty. I'm just trying to figure out, had to research my own curriculum. I'm just trying to figure out who is compelling assent. Who's doing that? Because traditionally in an institution of higher learning, you're learning about different ideology. When you give people the opportunity to come up with their own decisions. Matter of fact, that's the one thing that I love about teaching an intro to American government course. So when we start at the beginning, you know, they know I'm an elected and they know I'm an elected partisan, but as I'm teaching, I'm not a partisan. I mean, I am teaching the historical aspects. The only time we really get what I call quote unquote political would be in the morning time at the first 10 minutes when we talk about current events. And then even then, you know, I still want to hear what the other side is, because what I love about, you know, teaching that intro course is when the light bulb goes off. When somebody who thought that government didn't impact them in any form or fashion.
All right, time's expired.
So I don't get a chance to do my amendment at all.
No, I'm expired. Did you introduce an amendment?
Well, I was going to introduce an amendment. I didn't know that my time was that. So I
Go ahead and introduce.
my amendment.
Yeah, all right. Secretary read and receive the amendment.
Yeah.
Amendment to Senate Bill 129 by Senator Coleman.
All right, move for,
What, do I
Hold
need
on
to
one
explain or just move for adoption?
hold on one second. Let me make sure it's good.
Replace line 59 on page 3 with the following: that the moral character of an individual is solely. Replace line 62 on page 3 with the following: that solely by virtue of an individual's race, color. Replace line 73 on page 3 with the following: national origin solely on the basis of race, color, religion, sex. Replace line 77 on page 3 with the following: to apologize solely on the basis of his or her race, color, religion. Replace line 85 on page 4 with the following: attendance is based solely on an individual's race, sex, or gender.
All right,
Thank you so much. To the sponsor, just the intent here is to, under the definition, but to add the solely portion of it. When we're talking specifically about, so on line 59 on page 3, so it says, currently it says that the moral character of an individual is determined by his or her race, color, religion, sex, ethnicity, or national origin. Well, that can be determined by a lot of things. We wanted to put the word solely in there just to make, especially when we're talking about you all removing certain things, we want to make sure that word solely is there and not that there is some other criteria. But there may be other criteria, so that's why we want to add the word solely. Do you need a minute to kind of digest it and see?
I've seen it and aware of it and understand what the amendment's doing.
So I'll move passage of the amendment.
all right.
then.
Using the long roll?
Yes.
All right. And Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot.
No.
Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Conley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman.
Aye.
Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams,
Eight ayes, 24 nays. The Senator Coleman amendment fails. All right,
Mr. President,
Senator Singleton.
you ready? I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Montgomery, please.
All right, Senator Hatcher.
Thank you, Senator Singleton. Mr. President, I have an amendment to offer.
Okay, all right, Secretary, read and receive the amendment, please.
Amendment to Senate Bill 129 by Senator Hatcher. Remove lines 79 through 80 on page 3 and re-letter the remaining paragraph.
Senator Hatcher.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I do want to, in my brief comments because I'm speaking now on this amendment, to thank Senator Singleton and our legal beagles, Amanda Brown and Hannah, and all of my colleagues on this side of the aisle who have worked with my colleague, my friend, Senator Barfoot, to do what we can to for this particular bill in terms of doing our duty for the people who've talked to us about the bill. The only thing I think it's important to say to our people who are listening to us in both this city and I'm understanding that this particular bill has caught the attention not only nationally, but I think I've certainly have heard from a friend of mine in Germany and other places who are very concerned about this type of legislation. I do want the folks to know, be not dismayed that at the end of the day, I do believe that even in the midst of these types of circumstances and situations, that the scriptures are very clear. It may have been intended to some extent for some harm, but God will intend good. And I've seen some parts of that. So I want our folks who have been really anxious about this particular legislation and who feel that we are moving backwards as opposed to forward, to not be dismayed about this, because it does open an opportunity, if nothing else, for the kind of dialogue that has been taking place, quite frankly, since this bill has been introduced. And so, again, I want to thank those individuals who have been really working tirelessly in a very short span of time to make what they can of something better. So thank you all for that. And thank you, Senator Barfoot, for making the decision to listen and to, where you can, respond to that. Thank you, my friend, for that.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
The last thing I would say, and I really don't, I get distracted very easily, Mr. President, so I really
I'm sorry, I was talking to Jess. You need me to get everybody to quiet down?
Please.
Okay.
Please. Because it's important enough that the people who have been sitting here quite literally all day are the individuals who would suffer what this bill would have done even more of if we didn't do something about this. So if you don't have a dog in this fight, then quite frankly, I understand. But what Senator Singleton and what Senator Smitherman have said, I won't repeat it. I don't have to. because I've been very clear about my position on this, as well as a couple other things that have been happening within the last couple of days. Senator Coleman is absolutely correct. I am beyond weary. I am beyond tired. I am very angry, but I'm also pleased with the knowledge that somewhere along the way, that people decided to not allow their fears to have a hearing so that we would not be able to find ourselves in such a situation where the state of Alabama's been in the news all week, and it's not good news. We can do better. And more importantly, we have to. There are only two other things I want to offer. There was a gentleman in the hearing who made a comment, and Senator Coleman spoke to it. I made an observation. It was a factual observation. Everyone who was in support of this bill, when I spoke, I said those individuals who came forth were non-melanated folk. And what I meant by that, they were our white brothers and sisters. That should be telling. I didn't notice that the gentleman who was offended by it, as he said, stormed out of the room. But here's what I would say to him. My mama is offended. Miss Essie is offended. Aunt Beverly is offended. The people on this side of the caucus that I represent are offended. He says he's an historian at the University of Alabama. It concerns me that I do know that this legislation, and I think Senator Singleton referred to it in probably 2022, one of the things that happened is that there was this issue of DEI on the plate. It started in Texas. Mr. President, your counterpart, not yours, but Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. A friend of mine, Alan Thomas, said to me, he calls it boilerplate legislation. We didn't simply come up with this. I'm always concerned about the fact that if we're trying to come up with programmatic solutions without ever dealing with the reasons as to why it is we have a problem, we're automatically going to be in trouble. These people who are doing this were academics and activists who've managed to upset so many of our people. And so if he was offended, I do not apologize, but I would encourage a dialogue with him that helps him to understand why other people are offended. There's a saying, Dr. Benny Mays said it. He said, if you're ignorant, the world is going to cheat you. If you are weak, the world is going to kick you. And if you're a coward, the world is going to keep you running. I believe we can do better than this. And I absolutely believe that laws without morals are useless. And if the work that we do in this chamber, having spent all day on this, if anybody sees it as being a necessary function of our time, I'm concerned about you. And I'm concerned for the people here in the state of Alabama, because we have so much more work to do. So I thank you for at least accepting these amendments. And I thank you for the willingness on your part to listen. And I recognize the challenge and the position that you find yourself in, bringing it. and I pray that somehow or the other, we might find ourselves really understanding what it means to do God's will. Because there's so many occasions when individuals who are wearing crosses simply refuse to bear those crosses. And the idea for us is going to be, at the end of the day, who are we going to be? This amendment obviously speaks to the language of meritocracy, and it's, in fact, I really can't even explain this, but I do think it cleans up the language in a way that at least we can live with. It removes meritocracy or traits such as hard work ethic, and I think Senator Singleton spoke to that quite well around the idea of what this hard work ethic is supposed to really be about. So with that, Mr. President, I would move for a vote.
Okay. Would you like to use a long roll? Yeah. I mean, previous roll was bad. Yeah.
Long roll, please.
Yeah.
Long roll. Long roll.
Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
Five ayes, 26 nays. The Senator Hatcher amendment fails. Thank you, Senator Hatcher. All right, Senator Coleman Madison.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, I want to thank you all for your indulgence and your patience. I want to thank staff. Y'all put up with us. Senator Barfoot, it's been a long day for you. I'm not going to be long.
Maybe a long week for all of us.
It is a long, well, whose committee did I walk in and thinking I was on the committee? And they had to tell me that because I asked them, I said, y'all didn't call my name. And they said, you're not on this committee. It's been a long day, long week. I do have an amendment, but I do want to make some remarks. And I want to ask a question because I don't understand, first of all, in the bill, how the words diversity, inclusion, and equity are somehow interchangeable as far as a diverse concept. Diversity, here's a map of the United States 2020. And this is what they call the browning of America, or the diversity in America. And this is what is anticipated in 2040. Of course, you see that sparsely populated areas are not going to change. But the bottom line is that we are already a diverse population. And to me, diversity has always been an asset. I mean, let's look at the food. I like Chinese food. I like spaghetti, love spaghetti. I mean, I like sauerkraut and ribs. If you haven't tried it, don't knock it. You ought to try it. But diversity makes us who we are. And as I said in committee, this country was founded by people who came from other countries. And I would hate for us to send the wrong message that because this is a diverse society, that something is wrong with it, that it means divisive, that means divisive. I don't understand equity. Who doesn't want equity? If I reverse the question that says, you don't want to be treated equitably? Who wouldn't want to be treated equitably? This has been a long day. It's a sense of fairness. It's a sense of doing what is right. I think about the season that we're in right now, and I know all of you know what season this is. But again, you have to search your own hearts about those kinds of things, and I say that when you start talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion, this is the season that we're in. Who does not want to be included? They said no man is an island. The United States is not an island. Alabama is not an island. And I say we are one Alabama. We are made up of different races, different cultures, different traditions, but we are one Alabama. It's kind of like 9/11. We were all Americans. And you go to other countries, you don't see so much or hear so much about the black or white or the different, ethnic groups. What you hear about is nationality. And if something happened in this state that there was an attack on Alabama, all of us would jump in, feet, hands, everything. We are one Alabama. And it's saying that the rising tide raises all boats. To me, that's where we should be. We should be about trying to raise the standards of living, the quality of life, the inclusion, the acceptance of people who are different from us, because it all makes for a better society. I don't want us to get to the regime where, and y'all hear me refer to PBS because night before last they had a documentary about the Holocaust, and everybody knows about that. We say that that's not us. We don't want to even be compared to that. But I didn't understand, and I still had to go back and ask myself, and I don't know if I've got it up here. Everybody talked about critical race theory, and somebody asked me, said, well, what does it mean? I could not define it. I don't know if I can define it now. But I did do a Google search before I came up, and it says that critical race theory is an intellectual and social movement and loosely organized framework of legal analysis based on the premise that race is not natural, biologically grounded in physical features, distinct subgroups, or human beings, but a socially constructed, culturally invented category that is used to oppress and exploit people of color. That's actually where the whole concept came from. It's kind of like we tell the young folks about who walks around with the pants hanging down halfway their butt. Drives me crazy. And you talk to them sometimes and said, do you know where that came from? Do you know what that signal means? You call it slacking or you think that you're all that, but you understand where that came from. It came from people in prison and a side of signals and things of who they were. But it says critical race theorists hold that racism is inherent in the law and legal institutions of the United States. insofar as they function to create and maintain social, economic, and political inequities between whites and non-whites, especially African Americans. Critical race theorists are generally dedicated to applying their understanding of the institutional or structural nature of racism to the concrete, if distant, goal of eliminating all race-based and other unjust hierarchies. But it says that it was officially organized in 1989 at the first annual workshop on the critical race theory, though its intellectual origins go way back much further to the 1960s and 70s. The immediate precursor was a critical legal studies movement which dedicated itself to examining how the law and legal institutions, and this is a fact even today, the law, which is what we're doing here, and legal institutions serve the interests of the wealthy and powerful at the expense of the poor and marginalized. And sometimes, intentionally or unintentionally, by the laws we pass, we further marginalize and push people down. And I say again, diversity is our strength. If you're trying to get something that's 100%, there's a song that the Negro spiritual sings that 99.5 won't do. You may have a population that just makes up that 0.5%. They have value, they make a contribution, and if you're trying to get to 100 or make up the whole, that 0.5% makes a big difference. So basically, I do have an amendment. As I said, I'm not going to belabor this, that, and I want to offer that.
All right, while you're getting that ready, real quick, I want to recognize a special guest in the gallery. The guest of Senator Kelly, when I call your name, if you could please stand, Dr. Don Killingsworth, the president of Jacksonville State. Welcome to Alabama Senate. All right, Secretary Reed, receive the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill 129 by Senator Coleman Madison. Replace line 156 on page 6 with the following: divisive concepts are diversity, equity, and inclusion.
All right, Senator
Okay,
Coleman.
the reason, if we're reading the whole section of this section 2, subsection 2, which says, it says nothing in this act, going down to number 2, prevents an employee or a contractor or a state agency, local board of education, or public institution of higher education who provides, as part of his or her job duties, orientation, coursework, or training, from responding to questions that are raised by participants in the orientation, coursework, or training that pertains to, and we said divisive concepts or diversity, equity, and inclusion. I agree with everything. I'm just saying that I have a habit when I take classes at church, maybe they have a problem with me. I take RCA, and I ask questions. So in this situation, I'm looking at, if you have a student that's in the class, all of these things are fine that you have in here. But if I have a student that raises the questions about not only divisive concepts, but diversity, equity, and inclusion, if you don't have that in there, then that instructor may feel that, okay, we can't discuss it. And all I'm saying is that while you're having this, you don't want to penalize somebody for simply raising a question. And you don't want the instructor in that class to feel penalized that we can't discuss it. Because we said that the person has the right to freedom of speech. And that's all we're saying. Let's discuss it. We're not discussing it in a divisive manner, because you already got divisive concepts. But what if they just want to talk about diversity and the contributions or whatever, or equity and being included? So that's all we're saying, that because you left that out, it makes it seem like if I ask a question about that, I'm going to be penalized.
In my response to that, and is, you know, the DEI programs is a specific So to answer your question, I think you're not already prohibited from doing that. So I don't think it's needed. I certainly think when you look at the act, and let me see if I can find it. Line 193 may be construed to inhibit. This is nothing in this act prohibits. May be construed to inhibit or violate the First Amendment rights of any student or employee or undermine the duty of a public institution of higher education to protect to the greatest degree academic freedoms, intellectual diversity, and free expression. So that's on lines beginning on line 193. And we talk about in there that nothing in this act may be construed to inhibit or violate First Amendment rights of any student or employee, or to undermine the duty of a public institution of higher education, to protect to the greatest degree academic freedom, intellectual diversity, and free expression.
In order to be consistent throughout the document, because while it names all these things, and I have no problems with this part, and then you say, or training that pertains to diversive concepts, and we're just saying add or diversity, equity, and inclusion simply to be consistent with the fact that you don't feel that you are going to be prosecuted or penalized for bringing the subject up. If you say it's already in here, let's be consistent throughout. That's all I'm asking. Because as I read it, I felt like, oh, wait a minute. What if I'm in a class as a student? Am I not allowed to ask a question?
Nothing in this bill or act prohibits, nothing in this piece of legislation prohibits the student from asking any question for which they want.
Do you not think that this would make it clear that it's okay in as much as this would be consistent with what you already have?
I don't think it fits. I think it's already addressed in the expression part, that the free speech is already in there. The diversity and the intellectual diversity and free expression in section 4.
Can we just take that whole concept?
Well, then, can we just take the whole concept out, since this whole section out, since you say that that's in there, then that wouldn't be necessary. I'm trying to clarify it. I mean, and what we do not want is for people to go out and because something is disconnected or it doesn't stay throughout, just like a number of things that people have gone through and they change the language throughout or add it in throughout so that people see it's consistent. I don't think that this damages your bill. I do not think that it changes your intent. I think it makes it stronger, but from a consumer, participant, college student, employee, government worker, whatever, it lets people know if you have a question, it's okay to ask that question or to ask questions about diversity, equity, or inclusion. And not feel that you are stifled. So I would respectfully ask that you accept it really as a friendly amendment, because it does not harm the bill. And since you say it's already in there, but from my reading, obviously I didn't understand it to be interpreted that way. This just makes it clearer.
Can I say something?
Yeah, you want to speak on the amendment?
I just want to bring back to you, and when we were in the room, but we were talking about the concept you have right here, stop at divisive concepts. And that's when the person is in the classroom, when the teacher could then answer those questions, all right? And we only dealt with it based on divisive concepts. All we're adding say that if those same kind of questions come up by diversity and inclusion, can that teacher still answer those questions also? You want to say that it's already over there in the language, but if that is the case, then we just take out this whole section and we don't need that anyway. Because if you're going to only make it be about divisive concepts and not about diversity, also, you're talking about the same student in the same classroom, and you got a subject matter, you got 3 different subject matters in here. We ain't even start talking about the bathrooms yet on this bill. So we talked about that earlier, that we're not trying to say to you that here you are, they're in that classroom, if a question is asked about divisive concepts, then that teacher could be able to do that. So now what we're leaving out there is that because it only deal with divisive concept, what about diversity and inclusion? And all we want to add there and say, or diversity and inclusion.
I'm sorry, I should have given one.
So that way you get to the point to where we're able to take up the full subject matter, that if it comes up, I know the other portion that you're talking about in the bill that doesn't preclude them from being able to do it. But if that is the case, then why in this particular section that you particularly just mentioned divisive concepts and you didn't add diversity and inclusion? Because if it's going to be about one, if that's important for it to be there for divisive concept, we think that it's just as important to be there to add in diversity and inclusion.
If you could, let me read through this again.
Okay.
Y'all, I don't want to delay the process, but.
Well, this is really a very important issue because I think years from now, centuries from now, when we are gone, and it's not about us. It really isn't about those of us who are here. It's about future generations that are going to come after us. And really how it is going to dictate or influence the type of learning or the type of education they get as far as being a well-rounded, educated person, or are they going to be closed-minded? I can see our young people not being here. They're going to be world travelers. Many of them already are. You got grandkids already. You've taken them on trips that you never went on until you got to be grown, and some of y'all never went on them anyway. But these kids are world travelers. They already know the internet and everything else has just opened up a whole new world to them. And if you visit in another country, if I ask for a show of hands, how many of you have kids or grandkids and you've taken them out of the country? That's diversity. You've noticed things in other countries, maybe inequities or things like that, and you come back home and you make the comparison. Don't think that young people are blind and don't understand. They're going to ask questions. And what we don't want for them to feel is that when they get in the classroom, that somebody's shushing them because of a law that we pass here that's going to hamper their ability to think. You know, it's a lot of things going on in the world now, and I think about the young lady that's in Russia that simply made a contribution. She has dual citizenship, and I think you know who I'm talking about. I can't think of her name. But she's being imprisoned simply because she made a contribution to the Ukraine efforts. Our kids are smart. They're a whole lot smarter than we ever were at that age. And we buy them all these devices and they sit at home. They don't talk to us. They're on the phone, they're on the computer, they're on the internet, they're on TikTok. They're producing their own little videos and things. But kids are smart. This is a part of life. They will ask these questions. Some of this arose out of the fact that your kids ask you questions. It's going to take it. So.
Senator Coleman Madison?
Yes, sir.
you have the unique ability to change my mind when other people can't.
Thank you.
All right. So we have a motion for adoption of the amendment.
I would like to kind of speak on, okay, if that's the motion, then I'm okay with that, and I'd encourage the members to vote yes on this, on Senator Coleman Madison.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Thank you.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot.
Aye.
Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Conley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Aye. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
Thank you.
32 ayes, 0 nays. Senator Coleman Madison, amendment's adopted.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, members.
All right. Senator Stewart,
Mr. President, may I be recognized?
you're recognized.
It is an honor to be here today to speak to the gentleman from Montgomery who crafted this legislation, and I can appreciate him because he is a legal intellectual. And so I want to just have a brief dialogue. I won't be up here long. Just want to make some remarks about the bill. And as we were in our discussion today, I reflected a little bit about me. I was born in 1990. Okay. I think there's only one other person that was born in 1990, wink, wink, that's here. And in the 4th grade, I had to take Alabama history. And I just loved that class, Alabama history. I learned about our great heritage in Alabama, our contributions to this nation, and just, you know, how great of a state this is. And when I was taking Alabama history, I learned about sharecropping and sharecroppers. And we had a very transparent conversation in class. And I went home and I asked my mother, Mom, have you heard about sharecropping? And she said, you know, those were your great-grandparents. My grandparents were sharecroppers. After that discussion, I did not leave feeling my teacher, who was a white woman, I did not leave that conversation feeling she was racist. I left the classroom more informed. I left the classroom feeling that I had a critical perspective and I had more respect for my teacher for letting us have an honest dialogue. And so my concern about this legislation is that it will stifle those conversations. earlier today, Cheyenne Webb Kreisberg was here, and she was recognized. She's the author of the book, Selma Lord Selma. And she was the youngest foot soldier on Bloody Sunday, 7 years old. She grew up with my parents. She is a couple of years older than my parents, but she's in her mid-60s. And I am one generation removed from Jim Crow. It wasn't that long ago. But I just want to remind everybody that we must have these honest conversations. Yesterday, I had the honor of doing the prayer for the Senate. And the church/denomination that shaped my formative years is the AME Zion Church, the African Methodist Episcopal Zion Church. And they had members such as Sojourner Truth. She was an abolitionist. Harriet Tubman was a member of the church. Frederick Douglass, Reverend Frederick Douglass was a member of the church. Coretta Scott King. And it was founded as the Freedom Church, and it had its origins in abolition, doing the abolition movement. And I always talk about two things. I always talk about Selma and Tuskegee. Tuskegee University was founded on the grounds. We had our first classes at Butler Chapel AME Zion Church. It was a shack and a plantation. And to the state gave Tuskegee $2,000 to have an appropriation to get started. So that's the beauty of our history. But the framework of our discussion, you're going to appreciate this, Senator Barfoot, is de jure versus de facto, right? I think, is that a constitutional law term?
De facto, I think, is by law, and de jure is just because it happens. It is not.
Well, yeah, de jure from purposeful discrimination, yeah, and de facto, that's just the way things are. It happened, it's a separation that exists even though the laws don't require it, but it still persists today. And I just want to talk about some de facto things that live, because I believe that the de facto, the explicit laws gave way to, the de jure gave way to the de facto, the way things that they are, right? Y'all lawyers, my lawyers in the de jure have given way to the de facto.
I actually got that wrong. You were right. I had it reversed. So
yeah, de facto. So I just want to share a couple of things. I love the Economic Policy Institute. I will encourage you, if you have some downtime, just read some of their articles. And the racial wealth gap is a problem that persists, and it's really permeated in society. There was an article that came out from the EPI, and it said African Americans have made no progress on home ownership, unemployment, and incarceration in over 50 years. Home ownership, fair wages, and liberty are key attributes to living a quality American life. Would you agree with that? However, so far, too many African Americans have not been privy to this aforementioned economic promise, and it has yet to be actualized. For example, redlining. We know what redlining is. The systematic denial of various services by federal government agencies, local governments, as well as the private sector, either directly or through selective of raising prices. People are getting priced out. And that has served as an engine for the racial wealth gap and lack of progress on home ownership. in history, we learned about the Homestead Act. You remember learning about the Homestead Act?
I remember the name. I cannot tell you what it is.
Well, I'll tell you, I will enlighten you. The Homestead Act, initially enacted in 1862, was a series of laws in which the United States government distributed free land to citizens with the premise that they would develop and farm the land.
Is that what it was?
Though the law encouraged former slaves to apply for the program, seldom were they ever accepted. This resulted into a major land grab for white families by more than 100. They got 106 million homes, land. Juxtapose that against only 4,000 to 5,000 claimants for African-American families. And I'll send you all the links for this. I want to talk about the Social Security Act of 1935. So this is all de facto. I mean, de jure. This is de jure. I'm going to get it right. Which implemented the New Deal, an initiative that catapulted American families out of the Great Depression. And it excluded from coverage about half the workers in the American economy. And some of these excluded groups were agricultural workers, sharecropping, what my great-grandparents did, and domestic workers, a large percentage who were African American. When African Americans returned home from World War II, they were barred from the greatest economic expansion in United States history, the GI Bill. You got the Tuskegee Airmen. They were denied. I talked about last year how my great-grandfather fought in World War II, and my grandfather too, my mama's dad, denied GI benefits. The GI Bill was sweeping legislation that allowed veterans the opportunity to build homes, finance their college or vocational education, and there are a myriad of opportunities throughout history in which the United States has abdicated its responsibility to protect and ensure economic inclusion for African Americans. I want to talk about voter suppression, and I'm from Selma, so this is near to my heart. The tactics that have been implemented include but are not limited to the closure of polling sites that serve minority communities, gerrymandering, the elimination of early voting. When I lived in Georgia, I could go 2 weeks before election and vote. Not absentee vote, but I'm talking about in-person casting my ballot, going on my lunch break, not having a long line to fight. These efforts are meant to deter turnout and leave people vulnerable for disenfranchisement. And I just want to talk about mass incarceration too for a minute. The 13th Amendment, which you are aware of the 13th Amendment, ratified in 1865, it stated that neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment of crime, whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any other place subject to their jurisdiction. The sentiments etched in the 13th Amendment that slavery was abolished, except for people convicted of crimes, gave way to slavery by another name, or vagrancy laws that exploited black men for minor crimes. According to the ACLU, black men receive harsher sentences for lesser crimes like nonviolent drug offenses. 65.4% of prisoners serving life without parole for non-violent offenses are black, while only 17.8% are white, 15.7% are Latino. And I just want to share, I'm wrapping up, Senator Barfoot. You know, for me, divisive concepts are when we don't address these issues. That's divisive for me. As a legislative body, we are called to remedy injustice. And if we don't talk about these issues, how can we remedy them? Do y'all hear me? If we don't talk about the issues, how can we provide a remedy? And that's what I'm afraid this bill will do. If we're not able to talk about these bills, about these issues. Diversity is about enhancing cultural competency. That's what it's about. And this is not, Senator Barfoot, I think you're a fine gentleman, and a scholar, okay? But this is not an indictment on you when people call out inequality, and it just is not an indictment on any white person. It's an indictment on unjust systems. And I don't want anybody in this room to forget that. It is not about individuals. It is not about people. It is about addressing systems. Thank you, and I yield.
Mr. President, if I could.
Senator Barfoot.
I want to just say to my colleagues across the way, thank you for listening to me. Thank you for lending your voice to me, to my ear. I do believe that the product that is on the table at this point is a better product than when it was filed. And that didn't happen solely by me. It certainly didn't happen, you know, any one particular person. It's a collaboration, so I'm appreciative of that.
All right, Senator Singleton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to thank the gentleman over across the aisle for allowing us to have this meaningful debate and thought-provoking debate to be able to add to what I thought was a pretty bad bill. That doesn't change. Anything at the end of the day, I still think it was unnecessary, but at least we were able to go through an exercise, and I think that we did what gentlemen should do in a body that is a deliberative body, to be able to deliberate and to be able to come to consensus. While we may not always agree on those consensus, but at least we can come to some general consensus and we can move the process forward, because the process does work. The process works. It's just the implementation of it once it hits the street again. And what is going to be perceived that left this body today may not always be what's actually on that piece of paper. But the perception of it is what may start to bring people more apart than it would bring them close, until people actually understand what has been done here today. So at the end of the day, I think that there was no ill intent or intent to take away anything from anybody. However, the bill in its perception looks to be that way. And while we were able to allow other people to stay inclusive on these college campuses, we dealing with women, not only just blacks, other minorities, women's who could still have that program, because actually in this bill, the most threatened group were women in this group. Title IX was a big piece for women that we were able to put in here. You know, the fact that I talked to Auburn last night, they have a 100 women engineer program they do just for minority engineers that they celebrate when they come back. The language that we were able to put into these, to get these programs, they could still focus on those programs and still not lose anything. It's just that they got to say who's sponsoring it now. So we were okay with that, given that. So I think that we took something that started out with a real ugly mask on it, and we kind of put, if not a smile, we put a semi, you know, little grim on it, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I just think that, again, I don't know what needle it's going to move in this state, what difference it's going to make, whether this was just about politics. But for me, I'm going to stay woke. You know, people can always say whether we woke on the left or not. I'm gonna stay woke. And because I can't sleep on stuff like this. If I was asleep, stuff like this would pass by me, okay? And then my people be asking me these questions. Why didn't you fight it? Why didn't you work through it? Why didn't you get something done? Why you allowed this to happen to us? Because we sat on the sideline and chose to do nothing. I think that tyranny only is able to prevail in society because good men and women do nothing. And when they sit around and do nothing, then it will raise its ugly head and do all that it needs to do to destroy mankind, eat us from within to the outside, decay our humanity. And when we step up to this place, I think that every person here has their own humanity. That when they look at themselves in the mirror, that's the person that you got to be satisfied with. Not whether or not I get called the N-word, whether or not you get called the C-word, whatever it be, it's that person you look at yourself in the mirror with and whether or not you feel comfortable with who you are. And so nobody's out here teaching, trying to make anybody feel bad, but somehow it may happen. So, but again, I don't know if this was necessary. I don't know if any of the bills have been bought that y'all said is a part of your agenda was really necessary and move the needle, but you have them. Now people go back and say, this is what we did. Y'all can go back to the room in the smoke field, smoke a cigar and tell them, Alabama did it, baby. We can join the club now. But at the end of the day, people will be hurt, people will be misunderstood, and I appreciate you working through those things that were totally unintended consequences. We caught quite a few that was totally unintended consequences. And so with that, I think I got my closer standing behind me. I'm gonna allow my closer to come and close it. I said to the pro tem, hopefully we'll be out of here before 6 o'clock. We're tired like y'all are tired, you know, and we don't want to keep beating what people call a dead horse. But I think that this had to be some meaningful debate that needed to happen. It needed to happen. People need to hear this, to understand it, to know what it was that we were trying to do here, know what it is that what one would say is our fears, when they're really not fears over on this side. We're not feared of that because we've been put through the test, through the ringers, through all the things that even the young gentleman just got through talking about, you know, from segregation to black codes to Jim Crow. We've gone through and we've survived it all. With free labor work. So here we are still standing. And when somebody come and say that you want to prohibit these things that we think that ought to be more inclusive and bring us together, if when it looks like it brings us apart, automatically our attendance are going to go up because we want to protect that what we have gained in this country. And it's sad that we still have to fight. We still have to fight and ask America for the right to vote. When it comes up for reaffirmation again, it's good that a Republican governor gave us 25 years to be able to have the right to vote. It's never still not automatic that black folk in this country have the right to vote. We're going to have to come back up for reauthorization again in 25 years to Congress to give us the reauthorization so that we can continue to vote. That's sad. And that is not automatic. There's nothing automatic about it. And so we have to go through that process because of the state that we live in Alabama, because we went through Section 5 of preclearance, got taken away from us. That's when we started seeing more voter suppression, more voter ID laws here in the South, when that got taken away, because now you don't have to go to the Justice Department, then the Justice Department can be able to give that clearance to say whether or not you can move that polling place or say whether or not you can be able to stop these people from registering to vote. The Justice Department in the preclearance section of Section 5 used to be that for us. That's what got us to the point to where we are now. That's why when we pass voting laws, I feel like I have to be my own Section 5 arbiter here to make sure that you're not pushing it too far. That's why ballot harvesting, something that usually would, if that bill had come up before that bill get passed and be implemented, would have to get pre-clearance through the Justice Department. But now no longer Section 5, we got to go through that. So we're going to always fight for who we are. We're going to always fight for who we are. But we shouldn't have to do this if you say that we are equal Alabamians, we should do that. It never should be a question whether or not I should walk into a room and see 9 white men sitting in a room where diversity should be inclusive and other people should make sure that, oh, we're a better state if we put some other people on here. Women of color, men, black men, white men, Chinese, wherever we have in this state should be on these committees. But we saying when we walk into those rooms, we see 9 white men, we're saying that that's what says that we're better than everybody else. And you're saying it should not be said, but it's the action that says that. It's not so much of whether or not somebody comes out and says, it's how you do it. It's how you carry it. It's how you make it happen. So we just want to be a part of America. I too am America, said Langston Hughes. I too am America. You know, I'm the one who swept those floors. And, you know, I can remember my grandmama used to come home and she used to be a midwife. She used to go to the white guy house and they would suck on her tits. You know, I couldn't even get no milk. You know what I'm saying? They would suck on her tits. We raise you. And then you want to treat us like we nobody. That's not going to happen. That's not just going to happen. We're going to have a voice. This is a participatory democracy, and we're always going to participate. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator Singleton. Senator Smitherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I heard them say something about we were looking to get out at least by 6. So if that's the case, you probably can start my first 30 minutes. Since I got 30 minutes and then we get out at 6. But no, I'm just joking with you. I'm not serious about that.
I'll sit here and listen to you.
Oh, I know you will. We lawyers will stay on our feet for 3 or 4 hours and talk. People, they don't realize that we stay on these feet. But I want to say this to you, is that first, as the senator has said, let me just say this, and then you before I tell, well, I'm gonna tell you first, I appreciate you engaging in what this process is all about. Today was an example of what the total process was all about, this whole legislative process. I just want to tell you that first and tell you that. But I do want to say this, is that, and this is not for people who are not, but I'll say this for people who are in this body, is that for 10 years, I served where you are right now. Not 4 years, not 8, but for 10 years in this Alabama Senate, I was chairman of Judiciary. And I'm gonna tell you something that I made sure. I look around your committee, you probably did too. I made sure that every lawyer in the Senate was on Judiciary. And as I said earlier, during a 4-year period of term, I appointed Kurt Lee, Senator Lee, as the chairman of the subcommittee. Well, this fence and this would have probably gone and we worked through. Kurt was a Republican, okay? It had nothing to do with Republican and Democrat. It had something to do with lawyers who understood the law to that level. It had something to do with understanding that that's what we do, you know, in other cases and things of that nature. In fact, just truth be told, when we was on break at 1, I looked at my email and saw where something like that already had taken place that I had put into motion, you know. So I wanted to say it in that vein to you, first of all, that I appreciate that. I appreciate you actually, I know you actually listen, because you begin to address some of the things that we talked about. Most of them are incidental things. You know, you hear me talk about the airplane all the time. Most of those things are where the wings came that was hitting. And let me say this. I speak not with authorization, but I speak with confidence that everybody in here in general, because I don't know everybody in particular, but I know most of them in particular, they don't have any problem with any and everybody being included in any and everything we do. And I'm just talking about black folks. Okay, I just want to make that clear to you, that the thing that we wanted to make sure is that we were not shut out of opportunities, whether it was intentional or unintentional. And that's what you saw at the situation. And let me say this, it's all about the people we represent. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, you can go anywhere in this state and practice law. I can go anywhere in the state. I don't have to be in Birmingham, I don't have to be in Montgomery. I go to Mobile and live and practice, anywhere. But for those people that need these opportunities is why we both are here now, because we are the voice that they have. I wish that each one of us could bring out 150,000 people and set them in here, and they come to the mic one at a time. But it's unfortunate for them that they have to send one person. And so we are the voices of many people. And that's what I appreciate as well, that we understand that. We don't focus on the individual that's standing here. We realize that they are a conduit for all the people that they represent. And so with that, you know, I appreciate that as well. I am going to say this, is that there are certain things that now that it's going to be imperative for our institutions of education, both higher and middle, if you want to call it, but in particular higher. This is a litmus test for them now. This is a litmus test that whether or not you all remember, I said this all the time when I come in a lot, I said, Roger Smillerman reported for duty. I said, it's my goal and objective to take the rules and the tools that you all give me and try to be successful in representing the people I represent. Now, that same thing is going to apply to these universities. Okay? It's kind of like when you say you call people out, they are going to be called out now. The ones who don't really want to do that is going to try their best to find some excuse as to why they can't do that. The ones who want to do it, it's going to take this bill and they're going to see how they can apply to do it within the realm of the bill. Okay? All right, then I think that for those schools that don't do it, I think we're going to have to call them out right here at this mic. Okay, just like I said about the gentleman up there, that the president, Jacksonville State, he's gone now, but we were sitting there. They chose to do what they thought was best for all their students, both black and white. Okay, so each individual university now is going to be called to task to determine under these rules how they can still service those students and provide that opportunity. And so I said that from this mic because I want them to know that I myself, I'm gonna be watching. I'm gonna be watching, and hopefully just all I gotta do just watch. I hope that they will step forward and do the things that they should do to help all our students and citizens in this state. So I want to say that again to you. Thank you. I mean it. Thank you very much. And I want to tell each member in here, thank you very much for being so patient. Because, this is Thursday, and y'all ain't got to tell me nothing about what Thursday means by this time of day. I know what it means, but for you to be patient and for you to for them to work hand in hand in here, I appreciate them also. So I just want you all to know that. And with that, I'll turn this back over to you and let you move forward with what you're trying to get done in here today.
All right, thanks, Senator Smotherman.
Thank you.
All right, Senator Barfoot.
Mr. President, I want to reiterate again, I thank the members for taking time and listening to me, and I want to especially thank all the other members, Senator Smotherman, Senator Stewart, Senator Coleman-Madison, Senator Beasley, Senator Hatcher, Senator Singleton, Senator Figures, for allowing me to listen. And with that, I would move for final passage as amended of SB 129.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Allen, Mr. Barfoot, Mr. Beasley, Mr. Bell, Mr. Butler, Mr. Carnley, Mr. Chambliss, Mr. Chasteen, Ms. Coleman, Ms. Coleman-Madison, Mr. Elliott, Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Reed, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams,
All right, 26 ayes, 7 nays. Senate Bill 129 passes. Thanks, Senator Barfoot. All right, Senator Reed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, let me thank you for being in your place, your diligence, and your hard work today. I want to thank the members of our staff who do a great job supporting us on a moment's notice with all the things that we're doing. I want to congratulate the sponsor of the bill and all of the members that were engaged so significantly in what we did today in regards to the legislation that just passed. I want to reiterate something that I say to you more than once. We have a better product for the people of the state of Alabama when we slow down long enough to listen to everybody's opinion. And that's what we did in this body. That's what we do. We're the deliberative body, not by any other purpose other than intentionally. That's what we mean to be. So I want to congratulate you on doing that. Job well done, ladies and gentlemen. Hope everybody has a great Friday and weekend. Get your rest. We'll be back at it. So with that, Mr. President, we're going to adjourn 2 p.m. on Tuesday, February the 27th.
All right, you heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We stand adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. President.